Here we go. Have you
This is Princess Luck powering on.
funny? Have you seen? I don't think I've even sent you the background. I mocked up for this.
Nope.
It's great.
You have not. I was kind of just looking at the Kingdom Hearts one.
Oh my god, I'm gonna send you a picture of the background that I mocked up for this because I feel like you really should know. You really should see it and enjoy this. It's
Oh, here my plan was to just go on a Twitch.
I'll message it to you right now.
Already. It's still gonna pop onto the
Let's
Twitch.
see. Yeah, pop onto the Twitch too. You see it? You see it?
Amazing.
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
I see it.
I put my baby girl, baby girl.
Baby grill.
This is a good tone setter, maybe. This is a good tone setter, maybe. Oh my god. I don't have any special sign-on, so I'm just I just always do a cold open. So
You kind of just
yeah.
change the scene and be like, "Hey, what up, fuckers? This is what we're doing today."
What up, motherfuckers? I gotta actually a funny thing.
Good morning, motherfuckers.
I did a counter to actually for a bit just for fun to see how many times Mary curses in the show. I don't think I got very accurate because at certain points my attention was divided and therefore I was not able to pay super close attention. But I think she ended up with like, by my counter, like $35. I feel like that was actually pretty close to what she did. Over 8 episodes, that is kind of insane. Considering 8 30-minute episodes, that's not an insignificant amount. Okay, so I just finished rewatching the show for the third time. First time I watched it just to enjoy it with my good time hat, to quote Tim Rogers, my good time hat firmly on my head. Second time was to show you the show. That was like a month or so. No, not a whole month. It just came out like earlier this month, didn't it?
Yeah, it was just like a few weeks ago.
Feels like forever ago. I showed it to you a couple weeks ago, maybe like a week or two ago, and I rewatched it literally. So I messaged you at 2 p.m. today. Just like, I want to do an impromptu review of the show because this is a format that we've been talking about doing for some time, just for fun, basically. And finally just came to me. I think literally I'd on my phone. It was like after our D&D session. Went to my bed, got out my phone, and I was scrolling through YouTube, and I found another video that was like a kind of glib, like, haha, if DMC5 was written by the Netflix guys or whatever. And I think I just had like my like Joker, like one bad day like moment. I was just like, it wasn't even that like mean of a video. It was just the one that like sent me over the edge, I think.
The camel's back.
Absolutely. The whole discourse surrounding this show has been endlessly frustrating. And hopefully by the end of this stream, however long it takes, I will be able to get into like all the reasons why I like it, all the reasons why I find the discourse frustrating, as well as all of the actual reasons that I think people should be criticizing this show. Because like, you know, just like laying it out there, I don't think either of us thought this was a perfect show, right?
Nah, I wouldn't say perfect, but I still found myself enjoying it.
It was I think we both very, very good. Very good. Maybe not as good as like the first 2 seasons of Castlevania, where those are like kind of perfect television, but still really good and very enjoyable. And just taking a sip of water there, and just I found myself baffled by the tone, by the temperature of the room when it came to reception on online spaces. You know, I specifically I did not spend a lot of time like digging through Twitter. I'm not like a masochist. So a lot of this was honestly brought from like YouTube comment sections, Tumblr, AO3, places that I'll
Is-
say have like a wide range of as far as like political leanings go. And
Mhm.
well, okay, maybe this is where I have to begin and like qualify this interview. There's gonna be a lot of me yapping. so keep that puppet, keep that talking puppet emote
I
on
thought
you.
it'd be kind of fitting.
Keep that up, because there's gonna be a lot of me yapping. Because you did not rewatch this. You were instead doing joyful things like watching a Star Wars movie with your family in theaters.
Friends, actually.
Friends. Anyway, you were having fun. You were
I was
enjoying
having a
life.
social life.
I was in my apartment stewing in my own hatred and spite, and you were enjoying life, touching grass.
Making jokes about Order 66.
So it's gonna be a lot of me yapping at you. That's what we're here for. But the goal of this, I think the goal of this, the structure of this, is to maybe sway some people who were on the fence about watching this show into watching it. Maybe a bit convince some people who dislike the show for one reason or another to maybe see it a different way, though I'm not holding my breath necessarily. And also, let's be honest, a little bit like baiting a few people. If you've already left like a comment about why I'm wrong or an idiot or like or like I don't know, called called me some kind of offensive epithet, like epithet, like
Epithet erased?
epithet erased. Yeah, if you've done that, thank you so much for the engagement. I love you. You can leave now. But if you are willing to engage with us for a bit, you might find that we have some interesting things because this has become a little bit of our bread and butter for the last couple months, like for however long we've been doing this, just like doing literary analysis of stuff and things on the fly or sometimes in scripted formats. Hopefully we trying to find the good in things, looking at adaptations and such. So hopefully,
specifically, we tried finding the good in the movies of the Percy Jackson series. That's where we had to put effort into that.
Which speaking of which, I feel like this made me rethink my kind of harsh stance on those movies.
And this makes me think me softballing it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Not even in a like, oh haha, this was so bad that it made me. No, in a like. I think this had me contemplating the like nature of adaptations a lot, and what makes a good adaptation. When is even being a good adaptation necessary? Like, can something just stand on its own? Is something bad just because it substitutes what you might view as a superior element or theme for something that you now view as being inferior for one reason or another? And there was a lot of
to borrow a sentiment from you previously regarding the adaptation movies, oftentimes we can understand why they make a change for the sake of a different format, but sometimes it does compile onto itself and puts things off course.
Yeah, and I think the Devil May Cry Netflix series has the benefit of not really trying to be on course. Like, it doesn't necessarily have a grand. It's not trying to follow the games. If we don't end up in the same place that DMC5 or whatever ends up in by season 10, like, who cares? They certainly don't seem to. And also just this is I'm just gonna lay this out here. We're gonna be spoiling this entire show. If you care about that, then I guess leave. We liked it a lot. This is a show though that I'm gonna say I don't think that, like, outside of the very last episode, I think you can still enjoy it having some spoilers in mind. And also, I kind of doubt if you're existing on the internet that you haven't been spoiled to some of what even happened in the very last episode.
Yeah, Okay, I'm giving this spoiler alert now because I will say something that happens at the very end. 3, 2, 1. With people being so online and really posting this one a lot, I think a lot of people know that Vice President Batman bombs the crap. I just realized I forgot their
Makai?
name.
Makai.
Thank you. I literally had said the name yesterday and I forgot it. Yeah, he literally orders a bombing of Makai.
There's no if you have no context for that though, let's like let's
Take a
like
step back.
let's take
for
a step
context.
back. Let's take a step back. Let's give a quick little rundown of the plot for the sake of for the sake of this, because I didn't necessarily make notes, or I made a lot of notes. I did not make notes with trying to keep track of the plot in mind. I made notes trying to I took notes on my praises, on my criticisms, and on various internet criticisms, like put quotes around that, that I have found online, cringicisms that I found online, and well, I'm gonna try and go through those one by one, but let's start just a quick summary of the show. This is a loose adaptation of DMC3. Oh wait, did I even say that? Oh yeah, cards on the table. Neither of us have played the games. I'm going to play the games. I'm going to play the games. I've committed myself to playing the games. Neither of us have played the games though. And
for those who are critiquing us or will plan on critiquing us of, oh, we didn't play the source material, so we don't know how good it could be, how good it was, we are taking purely a stance of, this is still a piece of media. We don't need to know a lot of the outside stuff that influenced it, because this is still a piece of media to enjoy.
It should be able to stand on its own, and we do believe it stands on its own.
Yeah.
We should start the reboot game first. Hell yeah. Start the reboot game in the anime. Two very non-contentious, like non-controversial choices to begin with. But the anime, I mean the anime, not the, you know. So neither of us have played those, and I feel like if anything, that maybe gives us like a leg up in some ways. Neither of us can necessarily judge this as an adaptation, and it's not necessarily our goal to judge this as an adaptation. We're hoping to judge this as something that stands on its own, and we're hoping to maybe, even if by accident, get a couple of game enjoyers to understand why non-game enjoyers are kind of really fucking confused as to why you seem to hate on this so much. Also, keeping in mind too, I feel like I might end up accidentally blowing out of proportion the actual amount of people that have been annoying on the internet about how much they hate this show, because I think the actual consensus is that this show is pretty good to actually very good. I think that's the actual, like, average stance.
Yeah.
Just, yeah.
I mean, I have nothing more to add. It's just like the overwhelming consensus seems to be like, yeah, pretty good. In fact, actually, let me just fact check that real quick.
It still has like a 63% as far as the audience score. IMDb is like a 7.5, and that's like pretty much the gold standard for IMDb. I've certainly had shows that I've liked more that have had a way lower scores due to review bombing or one thing or another. Even though it seems like, considering how many people you'll see on TikTok or YouTube or whatever bitching about the show, seems like they're actually
6.9 on my anime list, so that seems to be generally.
It's on my anime list.
It's yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me double check to see if it's the
I think
same.
That
okay, no,
wrong one.
No,
yeah, other one.
Wrong one.
Yeah, other one. Yeah, I didn't think it was on my anime list. It seems like to me that probably the people who are doing a lot of these complaints are a kind of loud majority. A very small percentage of game likers, because I don't even think it's all game likers. I've certainly noticed that plenty of people who played the games are like pretty good. But a certain percentage of game likers have really taken to regurgitating the same sort of grouping of criticisms against it and saying that it's like the worst thing ever. Or at the very least saying it was kind of mid and then articulating their criticisms of it very poorly. that's another thing. A lot of my umbrage here is really just poor communication, I think. I do in fact try and clean up a few of their arguments. I try and steel man them a little bit here and there when I can.
But to bring us back on course just a little, I believe we're about to talk about, I'll give an overview of the plot before we delve into things deeper.
The plot. Yeah. Okay. So, loose adaptation of DMC3. This is about Dante, and also Mary, and also the White Rabbit. Kind of about all three of them. White Rabbit being a character that was originally from the manga, but Mary also being essentially the second protagonist of DMC3. Dante is the half-demon son of a super powerful, super ancient demon knight known as Sparta, who cleaved the essentially the world in twain. Originally, like, the demon realm and the human realm, they were once together. He splits them apart when this super scary demon king named Mundus decides to conquer it all. And kind of stuttering through this, trying to figure. I actually wasn't prepared to do like a synopsis. Anyway, Dante has a little MacGuffin around his neck, a little crystal you might be able to see right behind me, a necklace from his dear old dad. An antagonist named the White Rabbit seeks to get that necklace and destroy the barrier, merging hell and the human world and creating Armageddon. But there's this whole other layer to it about how like demons aren't actually demons, they're like refugees, and he's trying to break this barrier for like pretty good reasons in order to try and help them, but would still cause the apocalypse. Dante's being chased by this government demon hunting agency known as Dark Realm Command, aka Darkom, and Mary is a lieutenant in that organization, and yada 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 yada. A lot happens. Very little happens, but also a lot happens, actually.
A lot more happens than your summary is giving away, but that is why it's summary, in case those people who are still yet to be convinced to see this show and have yet to be spoiled, well,
It is essentially a MacGuffin hunt for this necklace in which 3 different factions wrestle for it. Dante is caught in the middle, and forces far beyond his imagination and control work very, very hard to put him through a very bad time.
Mm-hmm. And then the 3 factions we should probably bring up are the White Rabbit, Darkom, and I'm assuming the third is Dante himself.
Dante himself, basically, who acts as kind of a third party who is... I mentioned that he's something of a straight arrow in this. Something of a straight arrow. We'll get into him more as we go along, but how about I get out of the way, like, some of my criticisms of the show immediately. Is that alright? We got like a good enough foundation. We got a good enough foundation. Watch the show. Here's the summary. Go give it a good time. It's all very political. It's all like very based off of like War on Terror 2001. It is it's like honestly a pretty decent allegory in my opinion. And sweet baby boy main protagonist. Lot of good stuff in there. Action is great. I'll glaze it more later, but I kind of want to get my major criticisms out of the way, because like I said, there are things to be said about things the show could have done better.
Yeah, gonna be honest, when you said I'm going to talk about some of your issues with it, I thought you were gonna go straight into it. So, consider this the segue. I know one thing that you said you have heard people talk about, not sure if it's an issue with you, is Dante's lack of agency.
Not an issue with me. I'm gonna go right into my actual criticisms. I'm gonna save that. So bad segue, I'm sorry.
I
My
tried. I
fault.
tried.
My
Go on
fault.
to your real issues, though.
Okay. So, clearly gonna go down my bullet points here. First note that I have is funny enough, just a little like think about how the president sounds like a Boondocks character. That was just a funny little thing. His funny little high voice. Just a little goof, a little gaff.
And doesn't he wear like a cowboy hat too?
Yeah, he has a cowboy hat. It's great. He very much feels like a Boondocks character. I actually don't. That's barely a criticism. I'm gonna be real. I love Boondocks. No, Boondocks gotten flack as of late. I quite like it. Okay, the first actual criticism that I have is that the show is in fact up, despite how convoluted the our summary was. Blame that on the fact that I was mostly unprepared to give that. Surprisingly, should have prepared one. It's
You want me to re-summarize?
I mean, nah. We don't need to double back 50 times on everything.
Fair.
I think the show is honestly a bit blunt, a bit straightforward with everything, right? Like, it's so. I think a lot of people have accused it of being like painfully on the nose with a lot of its song choices, with a lot of its theming, with a lot of its everything. I guess, like, in the way that it kind of does not leave a lot ambiguous. It tries to spell out a lot of things for you. It's a bit of a hammer as far as trying to hammer in the point into you constantly. And I think that there are times where maybe it could have standed to be a bit more subtle with what it was trying to get across. I saw a lot of people saying that, like, well, a lot of the themes it has are in fact from the games, but the games were more subtle about them, or they presented them in a slightly different way, and it just feels a bit less, like, elegant, I guess. And I think I kind of see where those people are coming from, or at least what they're getting at. So that's definitely criticism that I have. Though I will maybe put in a little counterpoint of, you know, like, I know people have been pointing out that whole article that Netflix put out of, like, them wanting to dumb down their shows so that people who are scrolling on their phones won't miss anything, basically. Trying to make their plots and their scripts as obvious as possible. Well, here's the thing. Considering how I think the show was received, I'm starting to think they might have had a little bit of a point, because I've certainly seen plenty of people who have still not really understood what the show is getting at. So,
to be fair, I feel like they're intentionally not wanting to connect the dots because they feel called out by those dots.
there is an element of that, certainly. Though I think I've seen plenty of people who accuse the show of being overly simple, and then like prove through their further words that even those simple, like, themes that the show tries to put forth, that they do not actually fully understand them. And that's slightly frustrating. So yeah, but I think the criticism itself stands, though. It is in fact quite blunt in the way it presents everything. Next actual point is that I think it's aiming for this idea, this, like, thing that a lot of good pieces of writing try and do, where everyone's actions make sense to themselves, or everyone's motivations are complete, and you know, everyone has an internal logic to them. And I think sometimes it kind of fails in doing that. It kind of falls short of that.
Any examples?
Yeah, I have a couple, actually. One, I think Dante probably could have had a deeper inner world. I think that we are oftentimes lacking a lot of his thoughts. We're lacking some hints that there is kind of more going on to him a lot of the times, outside of like maybe one or two here or there. I still do want to note that one line Mary has at the end where she says that where she says that, like, you know, all that joking he does is a cover, and she knows what he looks like when he thinks no one's looking. So there is that, you know. I think Mary.
Yeah, I will be honest,
Yeah.
I didn't quite get that same sense.
Yeah, it's there. I think more could have been done with him as far as that goes. I think Mary still kind of just. I think us with our watch through, we kind of agreed on this, where it's like it's maybe hard for either of us to really sympathize too much with the character that is very much a cop, and therefore it was sometimes, for me at least, a little bit difficult to put myself into Mary's shoes. I think the show does a lot to try and have you sympathize with her, but I also
Yeah,
think that
because
sometimes she
they
does
had
actions
her.
that feel a little bit beyond.
Because during some moments of sympathy, specifically one moment I quite remember is when she got her entire team killed. She thought she was doing good with the Makaians that she rescued, Asterisk. But it's just, I didn't quite feel the sympathy because it felt as if it was incongruent to her current path up to that point of, because it probably is just a bit of an interpretation issue, but she definitely had played a role against Dante of, I don't care what you look like, you're the enemy and therefore will be dead. But then here she is of getting shown a slight amount of, oh hey, you could hide in here for like 20 seconds, and then is suddenly ready to heel turn, which I think that was a bit rushed in my personal opinion, and the sympathy she had, or the show was trying to show of her change, I didn't quite feel.
I'll say that every single time I rewatch the show, I think I find myself a bit more willing to sympathize with her. But on the first time, it was pretty rough. I very much did not like her. If Mary is your fave and you do not like that they just made her a cop, I feel bad for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And personally with me, I'm not necessarily saying she is not deserving of sympathy. It's just, I felt it was a bit too quick of a heel turn.
Fair. And the only other one though that I think they really fell short with sometimes was Baines, who I think is a pretty controversial character. I think that if people are going to point to a character, if people are going to point to a character that they really don't like, 9 times out of 10 it's going to be Baines. Sometimes for good reasons, sometimes for kind of bullshit reasons. And I think a lot of that is because he's just such a fanatic that it's sometimes a bit hard to understand where he's coming from. And he's definitely the one character that I feel like maybe this
one note villain.
Yeah, he's a little one note, I think. In a room of characters that I think the writer's actually trying very hard to get us to sympathize with directly, he oftentimes feels like one where they just really aren't. And considering how much screen time he gets, I feel like that's a missed opportunity sometimes. He could have used a bit more of an internal world.
True, because there have been times where his, well, what I would have assumed to be his worldview was contradicted, and then he just doubles back in on his already, what few established beliefs he has, aka demon bad, human great, I'm God's special little boy.
It felt like at one point maybe he was supposed to more play the role of like the priest or the deacon from Castlevania, just being like a religious fanatic who sets everything in motion due to one evil thing he does, but really is not actually that much of a force or a character throughout it. But maybe because they got Kevin Conroy, they maybe shifted it a bit more to give him a bit more to chew on, and I don't know if that was the best decision. Might have been better if he was a bit more in the background and we instead zeroed in on getting more of like the regular Darkom mooks, giving them a bit more development, because dang, by the time they kick it, by the time they all die around like episode 4, you really don't care that much.
Yeah. They did make some attempts to make them look unique, have a little bit of personality difference. Yeah, designs were good. So there was at least an attempt.
Mm-hmm. But as far as humanization though goes, it's like, one, by the time they die, you don't really care, and then by the time you get to episode 6, where you see the whole backstory with the White Rabbit and why he wants his revenge and the horrible, horrible thing they did, then you super don't care. On second viewing, you care even less because you know what those fuckers did. But
yeah.
Though, to go back though, I'm not sure if any people have made this connection directly, because I don't know if the people who make these criticisms are the type to watch a movie like that, but a lot of Rabbit's character reminded me a little bit of Killmonger from the Black Panther movie, and That's not
I could see the
necessarily
comparison.
not necessarily a good comparison. It's not necessarily a good thing. Now, I'm black. I'm contractually obligated to like the Black Panther movie, and I do, in fact, really, really like the Black Panther movie. But there have been a lot of people who have talked about how Killmonger is a really excellent example of a kind of shitty trope that happens a lot in media, where you have a villain who has a point and who is objectively maybe even correct, or at the very least is fighting for something that that morally should be understood by the audience as being good. But then they have to like do something that gets you going against them, like violence against, like for Killmonger, he like did a violence against women. He's like this mercenary, this agent of the U.S. government. Like he's completely right, and then he does all these things where you're like, well, I guess now all of a sudden we're supposed to really not like the guy.
It's basically like a villain saying homelessness is bad. In order to solve homelessness, I will give people houses if they skin a puppy.
Yeah, literally, a villain that's right, and then they give him a kick the puppy moment, just so we can be reminded that we still need to kick their ass. And it's often, and people oftentimes dislike that, because what it often does, especially, and it's used especially a lot in Marvel movies, is that it allows them to kind of placidly be political while holding a stance that is like aggressively neoliberal and milquetoast on the other, like for the most part, just very, just kind of cutting this very revolutionary point at its knees by saying, but that guy's bad, and actually we need compromise, and this and that and this and that. And the rabbit definitely like falls prey to this little writing trap in a lot of ways. I think there's other ways in which they clearly tried to sidestep it. I'm not I've yet to decide how effective that is, and how much it worked. But yeah, there's some not good comparisons that could be made there. And definitely sometimes felt a little conflicted about his character. His whole, like, he's experimenting on these Makaians, he's doing this, he's doing that. And of course, at the end of the day, he does just want to cause the apocalypse. But yeah. Oh my god, voice is going. Stay with me now.
Oh no.
Stay with me now. We have an hour and a half left at least.
Okay.
Next one is so I think I think you and I and a lot of people agree that the show is a bit rushed in its pacing, and that it goes by a little fast. 8 episodes was very much not enough.
No, not at all.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things where I feel like people who criticize the show for that, I think they think it's more of a gotcha than it maybe actually is. And I'll try and explain why, but I think that's one of those criticisms that only feels like a criticism if you're not really familiar with the industry, especially its current state. And that's that, like, it is, we are now living in a world where it's just relatively hard for an animated show, or for any show, to get a season that's much longer than 10 episodes. 10 episodes is in fact on the longer end a lot of the times. That's just how streaming works right now. That's just how Netflix is doing it. That's just the length of season that I guess their marketing team or whatever found out in the computer makes the most sense. And so now they just don't make them longer than that. And it means that a lot of shows like this have to sacrifice sometimes pacing or things like that, or story, in order to in order to cram it into that little 8 episode length. Just kind of sucks, but it's one of those things where I'll say, potentially legitimate criticism, but it's really one that should be aimed at Netflix, should be aimed at the networks, not necessarily the team here. I think as far as pacing goes, they did their best. I really do think that at the bottom of my heart.
They most certainly put in a lot of effort where they could.
And again, there is a lot of ways in which I think it is effectively streamlined, but the industry just sucks right now. What can I say? What can I fucking say? Next criticism. I put CGI ? And then clarified that with the demon mini bosses don't look that great, honestly. I put CGI ? Because supposedly on Twitter there was some evidence that might point to it not actually being CGI, or certain aspects of it not being CGI, like them not using 3D models here and there. But to my eyes, it looks like CG. What can I say? And some of it looked kind of janky. And a show that I think otherwise is very impeccable with its presentation. I think the CG can sometimes be a bit distracting, a bit bad.
Yeah, personally, I didn't really have any issues with the CG, but again, that's just a subjective thing.
Mm-hmm. Like, some people are bothered more by it than others. I tend to be a bit sensitive to it, though I am sensitive with it with an asterisk of I'm aware that usually when 3D models are used, and you should all be aware, when 3D models are used, it's usually a concession of some kind. It's usually done because the character design is too complex to be able to do it in 2D properly without spending just insane amounts of money on getting it done. Like, it's a concession. It's a concession is what it is. It's one that must be done sometimes, just as a fact. If you think that they should never ever use it for any reason in any animated show, then I'm sorry that you don't know how animation works and you've never drawn a thing in your life. But that can never be the case. I'm being salty today. That's okay. That's the point.
And I am living for it. It's quite fun.
Yeah. I think sometimes it looks a little odd. I think there are certainly times where, and I wonder sometimes if the intention was to backtrack. I wonder if the reason why the designs are so complex is because they were trying to directly translate certain designs from the game. As far as I'm aware, a lot of those mini bosses were in fact actual mini bosses from the games. I think I saw someone say specifically that Plasma was an enemy in the game, the shapeshifty guy.
Neat.
So my assumption is they're all from the games, and they're probably trying to translate them as directly as possible. I probably would have preferred if they just simplified the designs a little bit for the sake of being able to render them in 2D well. Just me. So there, my that criticism. Almost to the end of these. Most problems with the plot are Mary's fault. Granted, that is a bit the point, but still. Just another point as to why it's sometimes hard to like her. It's hard to like a character where you feel like every single conflict and bad thing that happens is a bit their fault. And they're not the villain.
Yeah.
That's the point. It sometimes means that she takes hits to her likability. I don't think it's a bad thing strictly, but it is a reason why I did not find her character terribly sympathetic a lot of the times. And the final criticism that I have, because I was just writing these as I was going along. If I had an extra minute, I would have organized these a little better. But final criticism is just that I'm very picky when it comes to het ships, when it comes to heterosexual relationships in shows. You know this, Luck, because you've watched a couple shows with me at this point. You know that whenever they show a ship, a het, I'm always there on my sniffer, being like, is this good?
Needs more spice.
Is this good? Does this have enough spice to it? Lacking spice, lacking sauce.
I'm trying to remember the last cis-het ship that you really liked. Only thing that's popping up is Annabeth and Percy.
Percabeth is great. Percabeth is 10 out of 10. But
debatably Alucard. Oh no, Alucard. Well, maybe Alucard. debatably Sypha with one of the two people, but you always go polyamory.
Polyamory is peak. So the show does a lot to try and push Mary slash Lady with Dante, and like for me, it just wasn't it, Chief. It just like it didn't hit. Like I think the main reason why I didn't like it was honestly just because I didn't like Mary that much as a character, and I felt like they're kind of doing the little like antagonistic will they won't they thing, and mostly I just kind of I just felt like it fell a bit flat. I felt like it was a bit of the show just kind of pushing them together just for the sake of pushing them, because either they have chemistry in other things, or you know, just if you have girl and boy, they have to be together. And to me, it's just like I don't know. Maybe I've seen, funny enough, I've seen people who love the ship and love this version of the ship specifically. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it in the same way that I don't understand Amber and Mark. I don't get it. No, not Amber, even Mark. And I don't get it in the same way that I don't understand Moon and Lin Ling, that ship in To Be Hero X. It's just
yeah,
not for me. What can I say?
With Lady and Dante, I feel like they have some cute moments that are unearned.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think unearned is a good way to put it. And this might be a thing of like, well, if they were given more episodes, maybe we'd be able to buy it more. If they gave it more moments, where they're kind of able to push them together a bit. But like, I think they need to at least get to the point where they feel like friends before we get there. And they don't even feel like that yet.
Yeah, I'd say so. It just needs a little more time to cook is all.
Yeah. So those basically constitute all of my criticisms, all the criticisms that I actually have of the show for my latest viewing with my critic hat on. Funtime hat was taken off, critic hat put firmly on. This is what I found that I did not like about the show, and I'm gonna end off this section by saying I feel like none of these are deal breakers. I feel like none of these are deal breakers.
Not particularly.
So
it's just
yeah,
tempering expectation.
They range from nitpicks to maybe legitimate writing criticisms, but none of these are story breaking for me, and a lot of these are, to me, and I was even kind of like doubling back and saying like, well, they had this, but I understand why this happened. I understand why this, you know. If you click off the video now with the impression that no, actually we were lying and we hate this show, no, don't do that. Don't do that. And also,
again, this is just to bring up what is viewed as valid, as well as to temper expectation.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think I should do next? I'm kind of thinking praises next, and then we end off by discussing the internet criticisms that I have gathered over the weeks.
I think praises to balance off the critiques,
because I have a lot more praises. I have a lot more.
Then praise away.
Let's praise the Lord real quick.
No, that's Vice President Batman's
praise
job.
Sparta real quick. So
that's White Rabbit's job.
Yeah. So
no, he hated him.
Okay, the first one, absolutely stunning. The show's gorgeous, right? Like it is such a good looking show. It's insane. Like some of the cuts, some of the animation cuts, certain moments, certain sequences are just so jaw-droppingly beautiful and so well done, that I feel like I just have to start with qualify that animators worked real hard. They really did.
Yeah. No additional inputs, just it during a lot of the moments it did look really good. I liked the fight scenes, those were great.
Yeah, for sure. And this is also this is one of those moments where, because I didn't put this in the main criticisms, but I did notice a couple people say that they thought the show was kind of ugly. And once again, I wonder if this is an animation versus art style thing where they're kind of confusing the two, because it is animated very fluidly. It is animated with a lot of detail. The art style is maybe a touch basic, especially when you compare it to another show that the studio's done, Castlevania Nocturne, which goes really weird with its art style sometimes and does a lot of really interesting things. This is a bit more of a basic kind of anime look, and so if you dislike that, I don't know. I'm sorry, I guess, that you have bad taste. No, I just get annoyed with people that really harp on the art style of things and animation bad when they mean art style's bad. And I think that art style is a super subjective thing, and I've honestly seen very, very few art styles that actually upset me. It's a very pretty show. If you don't think so, you're wrong. I'm sorry. But next point, easy one. Opening theme, 10 out of 10.
Banger.
Banger. The banger, it looks beautiful. Also, I love the animation of it. I love the like kind of rough painterly look that it takes on, like a lot of the cuts. It is a really, really good anime opening. It got me to listen to Limp Bizkit. I've never listened to Limp Bizkit in my fucking life.
When I first saw the intro, this is what I said. This anime intro is the only thing that's gonna make me think of this song in a non-meme context.
Absolutely. And it's amazing. It's a really, really good intro. I would like to say that the intro is one of those things that everyone agrees on is good, but I've seen way too many shitty contrarians out there to say that with any confidence about any of these praises that I'm about to give it. So I'm not going to say that. But I think that if there is a point that should be non-controversial, it should be that the intro fucks.
Yeah.
I've seen it on YouTube just
does.
like independently of the show's context multiple times. And if you want to be convinced to watch the show, like, go check it out. If you don't vibe with the intro, then you're not gonna then you're not gonna like it.
If you don't vibe with the intro, I'm wondering why. Because subjectively, in my opinion, it is great. Objectively, it's a subjective opinion, but it still is great.
Objectively, it fucks. I want to beat Mary's 35 fucks before the end of this. I want to defeat her. Maybe that's why I dislike her. We're the same person. We're the same. Two sides of the same coin.
What if, to break your position on break your words, what if I just do no cussing redeem so you don't beat her?
Oh no, you can't do that to me.
I might.
You can't do that to me. Not this time.
Jamin, where are you?
Not this time. He's not here. Not this time. Okay, so we're speaking of which, with the opening with Limp Bizkit, I think it actually works pretty well as a period piece, as like a 2001 like little period piece, as far as being of the era through its music choices, through a lot of its like window dressing, because it takes place in 2001, give or take, actually. Could potentially be a little earlier, but 2001 is what I presume, because 9/11.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be taking influence from the Iraq War.
Yeah. So it's but it works well. A lot of the music choices, a lot of the tertiary elements work well to give this sense of time and place, in a way that is not necessarily waving it in front of your face all the time. I have another video in the works about Y2K IV, the indie game, and that's something that's supposed to take place in the 90s. Caveat, it kind of technically doesn't if you get into the deep lore of it, but there is a lot of ways in which it's kind of in which its sense of time and place feels very surface level, mostly just based off of like references the characters kind of speak at each other, and it kind of breaks its own setting in a few ways here and there. So just having seen what a kind of lackluster period piece is like looks like within like the same couple years, actually, because that's 1999.
Same era.
Yeah. So consider it, like it gave me a better perspective to appreciate the ways in which I think Devil May Cry does it actually pretty well. 2 points that are maybe about as non-controversial as you can get as far as praising the show. The rabbit is an amazing villain, and episode 6. Just episode 6.
Yeah. I found myself liking him more than I did not.
The rabbit is such a good villain. We can make the Killmonger Black Panther comparisons. I did just make them all you want. But his performance, his design, the way he's written in the story,
his gravitas,
backstory, it all just comes together to create a character that is so sympathetic and so insane at the same time. You love watching every single moment of him. It's amazing. And he is such a perfect part of the cast too. I mentioned later that like he is essentially the foil to 3 separate characters: Dante, Mary, and VP Baines.
Yeah, it's shocking that you can make one character the foil to multiple characters, as if it's kind of just branching out.
He is like a miracle. He has a miracle of writing, basically. It just works. And episode 6, which is his backstory episode as well as Mary's backstory episode, is, I think everyone agrees, the best episode in the entire show. It is done almost entirely without words. It is just music and vibes, and the art style changes like 3 different times, and it is just as close to perfect television as I think you can get. It's so good. It's so good. It's so stunning. And it also helps that I'm a sucker for like every single trick that this pulls. I love it when things do things without using words. I love it when the art style changes. It's you found the 2 things that makes Lily very happy. But everyone loves that episode.
Yeah, not really much more to say unless we start talking about the details of the episode. But it is very good. Yeah, it is very good, and once you get to it, if you get to it, it is quite the treat.
I'm not going to watch that episode blind. Enjoy it. It's good. It's good.
I will say this: it features Rabbit.
Like it's his backstory episode, so enjoy that. It's great. Next point is the background of this is very relevant to this point. Dante's a silly little cutie, and I love him, and he could do no wrong, and he's perfect, and he's my sweet little baby boy. Just look at him. That's my baby girl.
I found myself saying multiple times, he's so stupid, I love him.
He's a sweet little silly guy. I don't look at that face. How could you hate him? How could you hate him? How could you think that there's even a single flaw with him? How could you think that? Heartless, I say.
Very easily. He has no brain cell.
He's a sweetie. It's okay. I forgive him for that.
Change the fact he's so stupid.
I forgive him for that. He's a sweetie. Look at him. Look at him.
I never said him being stupid was a bad thing. Like I said, I've said multiple times, he's so stupid, I love him.
That's my sweet little baby boy. A couple days after I watched the Devil May Cry Netflix series, I started a Pinterest board with just pictures of Dante. And literally, how many do I have at this point? 58.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you at least told me that you had like 30 plus. I guess you got more since then.
58 now. I have 58 pictures of him saved at this point. Oh gosh, I'm insane. It's fine. I didn't say that I wrote that. I'm doing this for like sane, normal reasons.
You're sane and normal?
No, I'm not. We know that. You know that.
Absolutely.
Okay. This is just a little thing I noticed in like earlier episodes. I started to really enjoy not just the way that it presented itself as a period piece, but just general world building stuff and the way that it was able to really casually give you a really good understanding very quickly of like what the world was like, what demon hunters are like, what's going on with demons, and all that. Like there's like a scene where they raid the where like Darkom, the government, black bags a whole slew of hunters. After the White Rabbit mentioned something about wanting a hunter, and they you see all these guys really quickly. I hear a few of them are actually from the games. A lot of really quick dialogue. You kind of see their vibe. You see what other hunters are like. One has a really great line of saying that he just dresses up like this to scam people. And in one really fast scene, you immediately know what the world is like, what hunters are like, what that whole side of things is, how it functions. And it was at that moment where, to me, I kind of felt myself appreciating the writing of the show and seeing the ways that it does this really cool naturalistic world building under a very, very tight schedule.
Yeah, because they definitely try to exercise how much lore or background detail can we fit into this scene without taking up that much time.
Beyond that, I'm gonna skip one point because I know I remake it later in a better way. Enzo, shockingly charming character. He's Dante's he's Dante's like employer, basically, his fixer, the guy what gives him all his demon hunting jobs.
Honestly, I was going to say his dumbass.
His dumbass uncle, with a stripper addiction, just like mine. He's great. He's great.
It's right there.
He's great. He's great. He's great. I love him. He's scummy in a way that's very realistic. He never overstays his welcome. He's good. We like him. We like Enzo. And also poor Dante needs at least one person that's even vaguely
Who's not trying to betray him
on his side. Yeah, even though he does totally try and betray him for money constantly.
It's kind of funny.
It's funny.
It's kind of played off just as a character quirk.
That's just him being a funny guy. It's okay.
Exactly.
Dante gets him back, and and they're square.
Exactly.
But yeah. Oh yeah, other world building stuff, because I was noticing more little details that we noticed specifically during like the apartment raiding scene. Things like, how Dante breaks his guns constantly, us like seeing his apartment, kind of understanding his taste in games and pop culture, all the like little Capcom Easter eggs, like, very quickly with like very, like some a quick pithy line of dialogue here.
Yeah, this is a world where Nintendo's not the popular one, it was Capcom.
Exactly. Little quick line of dialogue here.
Because we don't have anywhere else to say it. Going back to Dante continuously breaking guns. Yeah, that's just a funny little character quirk that continues on even to the final boss fight.
Yeah, he's so strong. He breaks his guns, which I believe in games he has special guns, ebony and ivory, that will probably get introduced next season, people say. But yeah, that's like an in-canon thing, that he just is so strong he breaks his guns constantly. Which is great, because then later you see him, he has a bunch of spares. He has one in like a dirty cockroach infested pizza box. My man lives in like horribly horrific. He lives in filth. His apartment is like an abandoned building with a bunch of like exposed walls and brick, and I'd be shocked if it even like has proper lighting. He really does live like that, and it's great.
I would like to say that's just true to his background. He's like, what, a 19-year-old who's never had to live with parents and is currently living alone.
Yeah, how old he is a bit ambiguous in this. I default to say 19 because that's how old he is supposed to be in the equivalent game DMC3. but based off of certain context clues that I actually uncovered, it's probably a touch older. They did mention that there was like one frame where it mentioned that because I've been tracking down individual frames of this series at this point because I'm at that level of nerd, where it mentions that he's been hunting demons for 5+ years. So to me, that says that probably 19 is a little young, unless he's been doing this since he was 14.
Which, not impossible, but improbable.
Improbable. I'll say probably 22 with the youngest as far as this version goes. Though, you know, I'll probably still age him as 19 whenever I finally get around to writing that fan fiction or whatever. But yeah, just like a bunch of cool environmental stuff along with the dialogue that really works towards understanding the world and the characters. Next one, I'm a sucker for unreliable narrators. It's like one of my favorite plot devices, period. I love it when characters either just, you know, don't understand things and repeat things that are wrong, or just lie. It's like my favorite thing. I'm not even kidding.
And I will say this show has a lot of liars.
There's a lot of people that just straight up say stuff that they do not really understand what's going on. A lot of the lore that is mentioned within the first 3 episodes it can probably be thrown out unless the rabbit repeats it in a similar way. It could probably be thrown out. And in that same way, there's a lot of parts where where the show doubles back on exposition. You know, you'll see like Dante having a flashback about losing his mom and his brother, and then you'll hear Enzo mentioning that he lost his mom and his brother, in case you were paying attention. Then you'll hear like 3 different people mention about, you know, talking about the Demon Knight Sparda, and they'll each kind of give their own take on it. They'll kind of say it in their own voice, they'll give their own commentary, and it should be at that moment that maybe as a viewer you kind of cotton on, like, oh, you know, maybe you know, look for details that are maybe slightly different, maybe kind of listen and see how this exposition informs the character. You know, it's exposition, but it's exposition.
And also for
plus,
this, check the character's
deluxe.
Motivations on saying the story too.
Yeah, it's exposition that forces you to pay attention, even if they're kind of repeating the same thing twice. Oftentimes there's extra little things you can find out as you glean through it, like the fact that Mary kind of starts to say that, you know, Sparda might be the one demon fucker that's not worth killing or whatever, however she says it, that it might have you cotton on a bit to her character arc. But also she says that while we get a parallel of Dante and Sparda fighting, it cueing us into the fact that she is starting to figure out that Dante is not entirely human. So it's an exposition scene with like several layers to it that I think is really neat and done really effectively. So it makes it where it's like, one, it's repeating things for those idiots that aren't paying attention, and 2, if you are paying attention, you get all these new wonderful little details. So
yeah,
that's that.
That's about right.
Oh yeah. This is where I also stop to praise all of the different voice performances. All of the voice performances are excellent. Johnny Young Bosch plays Dante. A choice that I will mention later is controversial. For now, just put a pin in that. But he does a great job either way. Plays the character really well, both in his emotional moments and in his goofy haha funny moments. Kevin Conroy plays,
gotta love him,
the voice of Batman. The late great Kevin Conroy plays Vice President Baines, taking a character that is otherwise maybe slightly flatly written and giving him a whole lot of gravitas and coolness to him that he would not otherwise have. Definitely
in a weird way, I'm kind of sad that he is the one who voiced him, just because he did so well and we're not going to be getting more of that.
No, we're not. That's the harsh part. But like either way though, shows up, he says the second he spoke, definitely my eyes were on him. I was paying attention. I was trying to theorize what his motivations were, what everything was, and that was just based off of the fact that he has a cool design and a voice that just sells it. Of course, I mean, you mentioned that the White Rabbit's voice is perfect. Mary's voice actress does a fantastic job as well, though maybe considering she's up against Kevin Conroy, it's maybe hard to glaze her too much. That's not her
Kevin
fault.
Conroy steals the
That's
show.
not her
I
fault.
stand
He
by
steals
that.
the show. It's not her fault. She's great though. They're all great. Rabbit is right behind Kevin Conroy as far as being just an excellent, like his first scene. Oh my god, where they do the like two sides of his face, one splattered with blood, one clean, and he's just like giving it there was never a scene where I felt like he wasn't giving everything. It was so good. I need to find that guy's name, but it was excellent. It was excellent. So to bring it back, let's bring it back to the apartment scene a bit. Where because again I wrote these in order. First off, Dante, he's a silly guy, he's a little cutie, but when they want to make him kind of scary, when they want to make him even kind of creepy or even seem a little unstable, they manage it, actually, surprisingly.
I think it's just kind of because of how reckless he can be with his power.
Yeah, there's definitely an aspect of the first couple episodes where you're really not too familiar with him yet, and you're not really sure what he can do. And Enzo comes in, and Dante's like threatening him with a gun without really even saying a word, just kind of smiling. And you definitely have this moment of fear where you're like, wait, what is this guy capable of? What's going on? They mostly double back. He's kind of silly, haha, funny man again for the fight until he gets shot in the chest, and then in the like reflection of the guy's visor, you see his eyes are glowing red, and you're once again just like, what is up with this guy? Like you start to I even started to not necessarily blame Mary for assuming that something was up or wrong with him. Like we obviously know that he's fine. So he's our sweet little precious baby boy. He eats Sundays and eats pizza.
From like her perspective, though, you can tell.
From her perspective, though, you kind of understand why maybe she'd see him as a threat, because he is in most ways. She even at first even says that like she does not buy the idiot act, and I think that's because she sees these moments, not just her own prejudice, because she sees these moments and she's like, of course she's going to assume the thing that makes more sense, that this guy is a scary threat and he's just pretending. That's the thing what makes more sense. Okay. Other one, just more of Dante and Enzo's relationship being kind of sweet in a realistic way. He's Dante's deadbeat uncle, but considering his dad just went out for milk and his mom is dead, maybe he needs that.
And his brother is a question mark.
His brother's a question mark. His brother, we'll get to his brother later. Virgil's interesting, and I can't wait for him to be more of a character in season 2. Just from what I know about him. So the next major point that I have, aside from the apartment fight being kind of perfect and being the first of many action scenes that to me maybe kind of throws aside this idea that certain critics have, that Dante does not have enough screen time, or that it is not enough of it being the Dante show. It's like, no, he has like a major action scene an episode. I don't think that it's not that he doesn't have enough screen time or that it's not enough the Dante show. It's, well, we'll get there when we get there. But basically, I think there's an interesting aspect to the fact that Dante is kind of stupid, as you said, and also very simple in his like motivations and morals, right? He wants his necklace back because his mom gave it to him. Like, he does good things just because he just does them, right? Like he'll say that he doesn't care, and then he'll like throw himself in front of a missile heading towards a school bus. Or he is someone who is exceedingly simple in his motivations and his character. A straight arrow.
Yeah, though I think a part of his simplicity is kind of charming, though, just because I don't want to quite say it like this, but I'm going to have to say it like this. He kind of has a shonen type of attitude.
I'm going to compare him to a shonen anime protagonist like a lot, so I'm glad he planted that seed.
Oh, thank goodness. In terms of his attitude, where he's kind of a good person, he will actively save people, even those who's wronged him, and he's simple, but simple is not bad. I think that's the clarification I wanted to make.
The fact they had him be voiced by Johnny Young Bosch, aside from the fact that Johnny Young Bosch has experience with this franchise in another role, I think that he's Ichigo. Also, he's Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach, and I think that was intentional. One, because Bleach is another like 2001 shonen anime darling, and two, because he's basically the same character in a lot of ways. But Ichigo's smarter than Dante. Ichigo like becomes like a med student in the epilogue. He's way smarter than Dante. I don't think Dante graduated high school.
I wish I could give more talks about this, but I have not seen Bleach.
But I think not only is he charming, I think that there is a really great point to it within the story, and that's, I think, if you have a story that is populated with a lot of morally gray cutie pies, a lot of people with complex motivations who do really bad things, who have like all sorts of reasons for doing the things they do, with this big geopolitical plot that kind of tries to be everything and anything. It feels very grounding to have a character at the center of it all that is just like, I'm going to do the simple good thing that is right in front of me and that I can do, and I'm not going to worry about the rest. I think that's valuable. That's a valuable thing to have.
It's also a very refreshing thing considering all the other factions.
Mm-hmm. I think that the story would have been weaker if they tried to like make this poor, sweet, empty-headed baby boy understand the like gravity of the plot and the geopolitical stuff going on around him. Would have been a worse story. Just would have.
I kind of liked him being simple.
Yeah. So I know some people wanted him to get more involved in that and to have a whole hero's journey, but like, not for him, not for this baby boy.
He's a simple guy.
He's a simple guy, and we love him for it. And it helps the story flow a bit better. Next one. Where even was I? Okay. So there are little moments of subtlety in it, kind of, I said before, the show is simple, but I think like that moment that I mentioned where like Mary is expositing about Sparta and also clearly theorizing about what Dante is and planting the seeds of her own character arc on her own. There are moments where the show does a lot of complex things and tries to layer itself in its meaning, where it's clearly not, it's definitely not trying to be for the phone scrollers. I think it's accessible to the phone scrollers, except for episode 6. You just have to pay attention. I'm sorry, there's no dialogue. You have to actually watch the screen. But it is also in certain ways trying to be actively hostile to you guys. And I do wonder if there was maybe some people who weren't paying attention, and that's maybe why they didn't necessarily grasp all of the subtleties that are there.
Considering how people have been reacting, that would not be out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah. So just if you dislike the show and you were on fucking TikTok or Twitter the whole time, that's your fault. I'm sorry. You shouldn't watch shows like that. Watch Lego Ninjago like that. Don't watch this show like that.
You would pitch Lego Ninjago regardless. Don't act like this is being special.
I just need
I do want to say, for at least 30, maybe 40% of the show, I was actively doing homework as well, and even I still found the enjoyment and able to somehow keep up with this conversation.
At this point, I've watched it 3 times. Each time, I've tried to pay the most attention possible. Probably this 3rd time, since I was taking notes, and by the end was trying to see if I could still be at the stream on time. That I was probably the most distracted that I've been in any other viewing, and that was partially just because I was taking notes. So we are not the same.
Yeah. Again, I represent the casual viewer in this current diatribe.
But I just, please, for the love of God, I don't mean to. Well, no, I guess I do mean to directly quote. Maybe not quote, but I know Red Letter Media says this all the time, where they're kind of annoyed by this. And just get off your phones when you're like watching shows or like watching movies, please, please, please. At least pretend that you're trying to pay attention.
You know what? For
Please,
that, I'm
love
gonna
of
go
God.
on my phone right now. I'm kidding.
I'll
I'm
kill
kidding.
you. Actually, I'll kick you from the call. It'll just be me. You are replaceable.
no,
You're the
please
Watson
don't.
in this scenario. I just need to talk at you.
Oh no. I'm gonna be replaced by her cat. It's
Like-
gonna have more conversation points too. It's gonna go meow.
Like when Sherlock Holmes replaces Watson with the skull, but it's not the same. The skull doesn't talk back. Next point is just more Dante glazing words. Like, in between making Dante hot, the music choices, and the Easter eggs, someone in the crew tried to make this show that would please the fandom as much as possible. They
Appeals to you
didn't
specifically.
succeed in that, but they definitely have. Some people have some fans have certainly appreciated a lot of the elements that they put in there, from the like Resident Evil references to, again, the great choice in music, and of course all the Dante fans love him, love the sweet little baby boy. There's a lot in there that's like, and I'll get into this more when you get to the debunking section of this, but they definitely tried to make fans happy with this. They definitely tried to put in fan service, from like that like motorcycle scene, right, where like Dante's like doing it with the motor, he like hits the demon with the motorcycle, and right before he impact, the guy's like, oh damn, he's cool. It's like, that was perfect. That was great. That was definitely
moments of I don't like using aura, at least for now,
say
so I'm
fan
gonna use it
service.
ironically.
Say fan service.
Yeah,
Or
fan service.
Aura is a funny fan service in the traditional sense, not in just like a boobies sense, though.
Booby.
You know,
Mhm.
Dante's tits make an appearance, as famous as they are. But like also just
I mean, you could see some of
Yeah.
them in the background.
fan service in just like wanting to make the fans happy with things that you're putting in there, and trying to get them moments to give them moments where they can point and clap. And
Just hype moments.
there's plenty of that certain fans certainly responded to really well. Some didn't, but you know, whatever. Next one, I think this is the first time we got the first taste of Mary's backstory with her dad, John Arkham. John Arkham is the major antagonist in DMC3, and a lot of that is all about Mary going on a revenge quest, basically, in order to kill him for killing her mother. And I think a lot of his story is done really well, so well that I actually really hope that that he comes back
He
for the next
reappears.
season, which may or may not happen. They did kind of kill him off, but you know, in a story like this, they can bring him back for any reason. That works.
I mean, you know the classic rule of media: you don't see a body, there is a chance.
They're not dead, exactly. So he's dead in a way that is like, if they have to bring him back, they will. So if you're worried about them not doing enough with DMC3, then don't worry, he'll probably be back next season. But mostly I just like that, you know, you see her with her parents walking home from the theater, and the like creepy demon at the subway, and in your brain you're definitely like bracing. If you don't know the source material, you're bracing for a Batman moment, right? They're literally coming back from the theater.
That was basically what I was saying. Like, oh, okay, is this where she becomes an orphan? They're like, oh no.
And again, literally a Batman moment. They're coming back from a theater, and so you're, but that ends up not being what it is. It ends up being way worse. Ends up being so much worse in such a
Which makes it
wonderful,
so much
delicious
better.
way. Yeah, it's amazing. And I hope they dig in with that too, and just bring him back, and they just to do even more because I mean Mary's arc is only half done anyway as far as the story is concerned. I think she has more to do, more to
I
be.
just worry they're going to make her arc basically continuing the heel turn.
Hmm. Yeah, I hope they just start off the next season just being like, she's good now. Let's not worry about all that. Just start
They're
just
not.
start off the next season and just have her just be lady. Come on, please. Please
You
for
and I
me.
both know, considering how it ended, keeping it vague for the viewers out there. Considering how the show ended, that is definitely not the trajectory.
I disagree with you. I feel like there's a non-zero chance that they're going to start off and she's going to. They're probably not going to do much more as far as having her be the bad guy. If only because they're pushing at her and Dante's romance so hard that it just to me would make more sense if they like, just try. If it would make more sense for them to just clean slate it a bit.
I think I prefer that, but I don't see it.
I disagree. I will. Well, I guess we'll fucking
We'll
see.
have to wait and see.
When season 2
Yeah.
comes out, we'll fucking see. We'll be right back here with the same with a different background.
Depending on
year or
how it
two.
is, Lily's going to either downplay things or she's going to laugh in my face. Depends on if she was right or wrong.
Yeah. We'll see. Depending on how much I remember.
Like I said, if you're wrong, you're going to downplay it. If you're
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
you're just going to tease me.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it works. So, next point is just with the backstory. I like how Mary Loki takes the wrong lesson from the backstory. I feel like that's underestimated. That's not done often enough in media, where a tragic, traumatic thing happens to a character, and they just take the wrong lesson from it. Is like something that's usually reserved for villains.
I love to see it.
Right? Or the very least with villains, it's usually supposed to be like you're supposed to understand where they're coming from. With her, it's like her dad tells her this whole thing of like her dad experiments on himself in order to make himself stronger and to find out more about demons in order to protect his family. And he ends up killing his wife because of that and falls down a deep hole and allegedly dies himself. And Mary partakes from that. I need to be strong to protect myself from the demons. And it's so the wrong lesson in a way that is dramatically really, really good.
It just works.
It is. It shows
Because it adds... Oh, go on.
shows her to be like flawed in a way that feels very human. The idea that this trauma, right? Because like people don't always take the right lesson. People usually don't take the right lessons from their trauma. People usually are not made better by their trauma.
Yeah, because I was actually about to say, it adds an interesting depth to her of this is her both a motivation and a flaw.
Absolutely, and works really well, and I love it. But this is where I'm going to dig into this point a bit more, where I think when people say that it's that Dante's not in the show enough or that he doesn't have enough to do, what they actually mean is that it upsets them that Mary gets this really complex, complete character arc, while Dante, on the other hand, does not really have much of a character arc in comparison. I think that's what they mean. Is that fair?
I mean, I guess I'm gonna be honest. I can't speak on them. I've never really delved into their rage.
Well, that's mostly what I see. I just see people saying just not enough Dante, not enough Dante. It's what they say all the time. And I'm just like, I think what they mean is that Mary has a character arc and Dante doesn't, and that to them feels incongruous because Dante is supposed to be the main character.
Yeah, I can definitely see it because Mary's a deuteragamist. In the games, from what you've told me, she seems to be a side character at best.
That's the thing. I ended up reading an article right before we got here, just kind of scrolling, literally just to look for an image for the background of this, and I came across an article that had in fact actually claimed the opposite. And this is also my frustration with sometimes these critics, because I feel like the criticisms have not been terribly consistent, but this person at the very least claimed that Mary was more or less the protagonist of DMC3 and that Dante in many ways takes a back seat. And that was a pattern that I've started to gather might be the case for a lot of the games, that Dante as a character himself is someone who does not receive a lot of development, and instead is mostly about the characters that surround him, how they react to him, and all of that. And
how he kills an obstacle.
yeah, and to me is the thing with that, and this is where sometimes I wonder about the people who criticize this, as to how much other things they've experienced, whether it be anime, books, other shows, because that's a shonen protagonist thing, right? Like that's like what every shonen protagonist is and does.
I mean, basically, yeah.
That's why I was happy that you planted that seed, because like every single shonen protagonist, nearly, it like I think of, for me, the gold standard is like Luffy from One Piece, right? Luffy is a very simple, straightforward character. He's even kind of dumb, eats a lot. Dante has a lot in common with him, right? Luffy himself, while he does have his own like little tragic backstory and all that, honestly, he does not have necessarily a character arc in the same way that a lot of his crewmates do.
Yeah, it's more how he affects the others.
He is a character who is very well realized, who is self-actualized by episode 1. And it is just him going on his journey to do the thing that he wants to do, and while helping along other people who are, in comparison, allowed to be more complex, morally gray figures. And he's the simple one that goes in there to try and knock some sense into him with his very simple, down-to-earth worldview of just do the good thing, you fucking idiot. Why is it that hard? And that to me is the role that Dante takes in this, with the maybe twist that the world he's in is a bit more realistic, so that is not always as well received as this stuff. Not that Luffy's is always well received, but just that he has to punch his way out of it. Rather, Dante's put in a position where maybe he can't just punch his way out of it, right? So,
well, he attempted to punch his way out of it and then found, oh, this is unpunchable.
He attempted, and he did well in certain aspects, but what he is that he is a very typical shonen protagonist in this way. A character that is not flat, but what he is very self-actualized from like moment 1. And I think that has people who are maybe less familiar with that a little bit confused. Because they wanted him to be main character man, when it's like, no, this is more his role, and based off of what I understand from the games, that's usually his role.
Again, I can't speak on that because I have not played it.
But anyway, it's a pretty typical setup. That's why I praised the setup earlier, why him being simple could be good for something like this, and it's it's because it allows other characters to kind of breathe and
shine a bit.
Yeah, allows them to shine a bit, and creates a big complex cast, and gives a character that acts as a moral compass kind of to the world. And and I'm sure
the one who's trying to bring a little bit of sanity to complex decisions.
Yeah, because I mean, like, and from what I understand, with the Devil May Cry games are not necessarily the Dante show, from what I understand, right? Like DMC3, the main character is Lady. DMC 4 and 5, the main character is Nero. I guess he's the main character to 1 and 2, more or less, but people don't like those games very much. Especially not 2. So it's kind of like, well, if the formula that works is that Dante is the straight arrow or the reactionary to like this more complex, angsty figure that actually acts as the main character, and those are all the games that everyone loves, why are you so upset that they're doing that again? I don't know. But anyway, next though, I personally actually think though that Dante's arc, as simple as it is, works, and he actually does have one. He has a little like he has a neat little arc that is kind of understated, of self-discovery, right? Starts off just thinking he is a regular human, more or less alone in the world, and he goes on learning much more about the world, learning much more about himself, and by the end, he has become more hopeful in some ways, more cynical in some ways, and he's kind of on like the first little, let's say, quarter of the little hero's journey cycle, that that we see here. He gets a little start at it, right? And then and then then the 8 episodes are over and they have to go back and we have to wait until next year. But I think his little mini arc of self-discovery is one that is effective. It's one that, as someone who's biracial, kind of, someone's biracial diaspora, kind of hit at me sometimes in certain ways, in certain areas. I found him to be very sympathetic, and I found his character arc to be effective. So
I'll be honest, I can't really quite speak on that aspect of things too much, but from him just in general, it's just I still did find myself, even without relating, acknowledging and understanding and appreciating it.
So, but yeah, also just it's the first little quarter of that hero's journey cycle. So it's a setup. It's a setup for what could potentially come later, and it's very easy, in my opinion, to see the potential places that they could take this, whether it be, just biracial angst, as the rabbit starts to tease at, where he says a lot of stuff like, you and I, born between worlds, or you're gonna find that you have no one in this whole world, that no one will accept you, and and I'm like, oh wow, you don't have to stab me, actually. I appreciate if you didn't just stab me. But
Just like, wow, I kind of like some of the rhetoric you're saying, but you're being a dick, dude.
Yeah, and again, this is me using my vague secondhand knowledge of the games, but if I am right in assuming where it's going, that eventually he does get his family and his found family and his friends and his brother, his nephew, that the eventual goal will be to bring him to a place where he is accepted and loved, and that kind of should bring it all together by the time we're at the end. So the thing where, I don't think I mentioned this later, but lots of people complaining that that the story wasn't satisfying or wasn't complete enough, and it's like, well, yeah, it's not complete yet. We're basically halfway through the first story arc.
Again, I sincerely hope that the second story arc is going to be much longer, just because I think it still needs that time to cook.
Please 10 episodes. Please 10 episodes at least.
Please.
I hope that Netflix gives them that much. I hope to God they do. So let's continue on. Oh yeah, I got a couple themes back to back, because this is about halfway where we're starting to hammer in a few of those. One, Anders, the betrayer guy, the blonde black guy with the 3 scars over his eye from Rabbit.
Yeah, I remember him.
He has this really good line where he says, "What good is saving the world if I can't save my own family?" And that is a line that to me is maybe reflective of a couple different characters, actually, right? We got Dante, we got Rabbit, we got Mary. All 3 of them, that's something that they're probably thinking about and warring with, right?
Yeah.
So you have Rabbit, who is unable to save his family and who now is just like, well, fuck it, then just let the world burn, right? Anders, who sacrifices the world for the sake of his family, and Dante, who was unable to save his family but still wants to save the world, and Mary, who is undecided at the moment. She's lost her family, and she is at the very least a bit adrift. Has been ever since then.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting because it wasn't necessarily external circumstance that got Mary's family. It was kind of internal.
Which one? Wait, which one are you talking about? You mean whole John? Oh yeah, John and the experiments. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was easily something that could have been avoided if he had gone to therapy. I don't know.
No, I don't think that super affects it, though, is the thing. I don't think it necessarily affects
it. No, not particularly. I'm thinking it just kind of is a neat little difference compared to some of the others, where the others definitely had a sense of powerlessness. Not saying Mary did not.
I think, hers definitely has a sense of powerlessness, because she was just a little kid when it all went down.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on, let me try to rephrase it because I think I'm phrasing things badly. Not saying she didn't feel powerlessness because it was something that. Wait, hold on.
Look, I'm not understanding your point. I'm be real.
Basically, long story short, what I'm trying to say is the others had things happen to them from the outside world where they had something they could have lashed out against. Whereas for Mary, it was a triggering event from the outside world that affected the inside.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
Again,
I'm phrasing that badly.
I'm not sure how that affects anything. Moving on.
No.
Okay. Which yeah, the next theme is this one that I discussed a lot when I was talking about my trash fan fiction with you. The whole ideas of like determinism, fate, and higher callings used as an excuse for selfish, destructive behavior. Where that's one that like certainly the White Rabbit and Vice President Baines very much display, right? The idea that both of them in their own ways, like right, Vice President Baines believes himself to be literally ordained by God to create his kingdom and to flush out like all of the demonic presence in the world and create like heaven on earth, basically, no matter how much he has to destroy in order to do that. Though that really mostly just being a cover for the fact that he is a oligarch control freak that is a creepy nationalist that just wants everything for himself and his country and all that. And then you have the Rabbit who like believes himself to have this higher calling, who believes himself to have suffered for the reason of being able to free all of these poor innocent Makaians from their bondage. But in reality, right, like he wants revenge. He wants to cause destruction and inflict upon the world the same pain that he experienced when everyone he loved was killed in front of him. And that's it's interesting to me that like you just have these two characters with like very parallel motivations, very parallel themes here. Both people who are using the idea of higher calling coming from different sources in order to justify their own really awful, terrible actions.
Yeah, because we both know if Rabbit truly was sane, well, not sane, he wouldn't have done all those experiments.
Yeah. Look, I'll be honest. Sometimes you'll say a thing, and I'll be like,
sorry. I feel like it's because I'm not quite able to throw out a proper thought fully, especially with this, where, as I said before, only saw it once. Not was really prepared for this.
We're getting deep into these. Look, you're allowed to just say, like, if you're not sure if you can add anything, you're allowed to say that, because sometimes you'll say something back and it'll actually throw me off. So they'll try to respond to it, and I'll be like, wait, I actually don't think that was a good response to what I said, or a proper response.
Sorry. But yes, oh well, both of the characters are. I'm not gonna say feigning. They preach about a higher purpose, but they're kind of self-serving.
They believe it, but they're also delusional. You're allowed to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, next one was just I think this was around the time that what was the song that came up around? It was another song must have come up because I was really just saying every
American
needle drop
Idiots?
is so good. No, we're not there yet. I was just like every needle drop is so good. It's all so good. Every song is so good. I want the playlist with all the songs on my phone right now. Give it to me. All the songs are trash and I love them. They're perfect. Well, all trash except for American Idiot. Green Day could never do wrong in my eyes. I think this is also like around the whole motorcycle fight, because I wrote this line where I said there's a false cringe / cool dichotomy, and this show dances over its grave. So I think one thing that I feel like you and I talk about a lot in like our private conversations is a lot about how both of us really enjoy cringe.
I know a sentiment that is often brought up is cringe culture is dead.
Long live cringe culture. Cringe is dead, long live cringe. But yes, cringe culture is dead. You know, in the whole like the king is dead, long live the king.
Yes.
That whole
long live cringe.
Long live cringe. Where it's like I think both of us agree that like that to cringe is something that is mostly born of like of I don't know, not self-awareness.
Self-conscious?
Yeah, self-consciousness. It's mostly something that's born of self-consciousness. You know, like you can't like I think it would be better if more people, instead of saying that something was cringe, just allowed themselves to enjoy the things that they do and to not be so worried about how other people will judge or perceive them for that. And that's kind of what I always mean when I say it's better if everyone got, you know, to a post-cringe place where, you know, we weren't so worried about outside perception.
Sometimes you just gotta love a thing just because you love it.
Yeah. But there is also an aspect of a lot of the stuff that is done in Devil May Cry in the Netflix show could potentially be seen as cringe, from the song choices to Dante's one-liners to a lot of the like jokes that are clearly in universe supposed to kind of fall flat. All these little elements where like Dante is kind of cringe. And I think that like I don't disagree with the people that say he's kind of cringe, but I just like that.
Yeah.
I think we just both like that he's cringe.
It adds charm to him, as we have said before.
It does. It's one of those things where, and this is where we started to have a little bit of a discussion on like how much of Dante in the games even is intended to be legitimately cool because the devs thought that was cool, and how much of it is supposed to be like a 13-year-old's version of what they think is cool, done with a kind of wink wink nudge nudge way, you know, done a kind of wink wink nudge nudge way. Because I think that this show is kind of doing both at once in a lot of ways, where it's very clear that sometimes you're supposed to, you know, judge Dante a little bit for his references, for his Deadpoolisms, for the fact that he's like he's like a silly guy who like watches too many cartoons and like plays too many video games, and who clearly has been like a bit brain rotted, and who
he has a healthy sense of the pop culture of his time.
He also has like no sense of like social awareness or like self-awareness, and he's just constantly doing like weird shit. And he's definitely someone who just like you're definitely not supposed to see him as cool, but also he's really cool. Right? Right, but also he like does like kick flips with like a motorcycle, he'll like do like a 100 hit combo.
Yeah, I think it's kind of where it's the efforts he makes to seem cool makes him uncool, but then sometimes he just is accidentally cool without probably meaning to be.
Like does like a double reach around and somehow he becomes cool again. And
just because I think it's funny, I love to imagine every time he doesn't think about being cool, he just is, but then he wants to try being cool and it falls flat. Exactly. I don't know, that's just funny to me.
Exactly. But I think that there is something about that. You know, the whole like the show dances on that line, dances on its fucking grave, and how like that a lot of it is just Dante being himself, and how sometimes that self is cool and sometimes it's cringe, and sometimes it's cool but it's like a 13-year-old's idea of what's cool. And I don't know if that isn't like the essence of like early 2000s everything, early 2000s comics, games, everything. I don't know what is, right? Like it feels so sincere in its love for him, while also acknowledging that like, oh yeah, I sure thought this was really, really cool when I was 13. I still kind of do, but that was a little silly, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. And so it manages to be self-aware in a way that I think is honestly really intelligent, and is to me close to how I would actually like to portray a lot of things in the things that I write and draw. Allowing myself to genuinely just enjoy the things that I did when I was a kid, while also acknowledging that, yeah, some of it was kind of lame. That's okay.
Layers can be a thing.
Yeah, and I think like Limp Bizkit is kind of lame, right? Like Limp Bizkit is kind of lame, but also
Some people would fight you over that statement.
but also like that song was cool and it was funny and it worked really well, and it's like so self-serious that it just kind of is perfect, and that just feels like Dante as a character. It feels like Devil May Cry as a character. Devil May Cry as a show. So yeah.
My favorite character, Devil May Cry.
Sometimes even a Devil May Cry. Song's so good, even a Devil May Cry. I've seen every other, because ever since I liked a couple Dante edits on TikTok, I keep on getting pushed like hundreds of Devil May Cry memes from the games and stuff. Like every other TikTok comment is some shit like that.
The only meme of Devil May Cry I know of is Michael Jackson dance.
Oh yeah, his little DMC5 Dante being a silly little guy, which is baffling me. It's so funny. I saw someone say something along the lines of like Dante was always cringe is like the new version of the Sonic games were never good, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, what are you talking about actually? Because like I don't understand. What do you mean he was never cringe? What do you mean he was never cringe? I don't understand. How can you take a look at I've been sent 50,000 memes of DMC5 Dante every day since this show came out. That is the most cringe man I have ever laid my two eyes on. What do you mean he's not cringe? Anyway, that's my second crash out of this. Like 3 or 4 at this point.
All reasonable.
Yeah. Okay, so the next one was just a note that I made that I'll double back on, where I said it's interesting how it seems like Rabbit wants Dante to be stronger. The way the Rabbit like goads on Dante throughout the whole story is interesting, and that I started speculating even in my head kind of what he might intend by this, and I'll bet you anything that even if he's definitely dead, he'll probably reappear in some flashbacks, because there was a surprising amount of things that he said, things that he hinted at, that I'm like, yeah, they're probably gonna go over that a bit more later, huh? And just like one of them to me was just like, oh yeah, why was he so interested in Dante, activating his double trigger, gaining more strength? Why did he seem to goad him on almost as if he really wanted like a hero to act opposite to him, or potentially wanted him to join his side because he saw a kindred spirit? It really started making me think about like what was going through the White Rabbit's head, about kind of how he viewed Dante, and I hope that at least through flashbacks we might understand a bit more what was going on there, because I think I think that they were a foil duo that was maybe overlooked in comparison to some of the others, and I'm very interested in seeing it further developed. And yeah, that may or may not be basically what my fanfiction's about. No, I will not post my AO3 account link. You have to find that shit on your own. Go hunt.
Yeah. Is it safe to speak a little more of spoiler?
Yeah, we're gonna spoil this whole thing.
Yeah, okay. Of all characters to presumably be dead, he is the one that I thought, I really hope he's alive, just because he has so much potential.
I think he's dead, but I think again he'll come back in flashbacks. I think he at the very least said some stuff to Virgil that to me was like, oh, what's going on there? Like he mentions with Virgil having a deal, as far as like why he got as far as like the getting the blood in the amulet, and I also wonder, like, oh yeah, he's working with Virgil, even though he's clearly supposed at this moment, obviously. I feel like, is it even a question that Virgil is not actually working for King Mundus, but that he has like some plan or whatever, or some like Machiavellian scheme in order to betray him or something? Like, is that even a question? Yeah. So
there's no way he is not planning on betraying multiple people.
There's no way. But clearly him and the White Rabbit had some kind of deal going on, and he
Mhm.
mentions that. And my first thought was like, well, what was that deal? Why is Virgil so interested in helping him? Why was the White Rabbit okay with working with Virgil if he assumed that he was just some random demon that was working with Mundus? A lot of layers going on there to me is like, yeah, I think they have to bring back the White Rabbit, at least in flashback, to explain more what's going on there.
Again, that is the hope.
That's the hope. I have faith in them. Castlevania had one of the best season 2s of anything I've ever seen. I have faith in them.
It absolutely did, but this isn't Castlevania.
I have
That is
faith
my-
in them.
We'll just have to wait and see. I sincerely hope
have-
I'm proven wrong.
Why are you so pessimistic all of a sudden? What is this? What is this?
Just
Why are you so
because
pessimistic?
for this series in particular, the only reason why I'm pessimistic is because they seem to be getting a lot of backlash on things that I don't think Castlevania quite had. So I am worried they're going to attempt course correction, and that will just leave everyone unsatisfied.
They shouldn't change a thing. Don't course correct a single goddamn thing. Believe in the
Exactly,
vision.
don't. It's because here's the thing. I am a firm believer. If you try to course correct, unless it is something egregiously bad, i.e. Sonic initial design, you're just going to leave everyone unhappy. The people who were happy with the original state of things are now going to be unhappy since you changed it, and the people who are currently unhappy are going to be won back. They seem to like being unhappy.
They seem to very much like being happy. Yeah, honestly, that's how like the Star Wars sequels went from a movie that was a 5 out of 10 to a movie that was a 0 out of 10.
Yeah.
As far as like between like The Last Jedi and the Rise of Skywalker.
There was, when I was in the theater watching it, there was so many moments where I was thinking like, oh, they're just trying to walk back from that. Oh yeah, they're trying to retcon that.
Oh yeah, that was a disaster. This isn't a Star Wars review though. But so
No, maybe another day.
yeah,
Probably not.
So I'm gonna glaze some more designs real quick, some more character designs. I think the side character designs are neat. I literally put side character designs are good. Smiley face. I have very little else to say from it aside from I just like the vibe of the Darkom guys. I like their silly little 80s thing. I like the visors. I like the like perm that one lady got going on. It all looks cool. It all looks cool. I wish that they were more interesting characters. And then this is also where we got like a good Dante and Virgil flashback. Little baby Dante and baby Virgil. It's cute how their brotherly fights like nearly destroy the house. Poor Ava. Poor Ava got her work cut out for him. She wanted those mixed babies so bad. Now she's suffering for it.
That is wild for you to say.
So where oh yeah, this is just a fun little detail where the rabbit says that the rabbit tells tells all the Micaians over the intercom that that they cannot interact with or help the Darkon members in any way, or else they will be executed. And how, in retrospect, kind of seems like maybe he was trying to protect them because he maybe knew some things that they didn't, as far as how Darkon was actually going to treat them. Especially considering they were all executed in the end, actually not by Rabbit but by Darkom. It was a very dark moment, and maybe this is. I feel like I'll get more and more into like the whole Micaian demon thing when we get to the debunking section. But so if you don't know, because I think we kind of glossed over this. So in the DMC games, right, demons are kind of just like demons, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty straightforward. In the series, though, they ended up turning demons into basically a metaphor for refugees or for Zongli people or just any sort of minority in that area.
When we have brought up the Iraq War, the Afghan War, we are not doing it just to be intentionally provocative. We're doing it because there are parallels.
We're doing that because they brought it up. And this was a very contentious choice, but for now you just need to understand the lore of it. I will defend it later on, as well as maybe critique it in certain ways. But basically, what you need to understand is that demon and hell are exonyms, names that were given to them by people who are not of them. And if you don't know like what an exonym is, think of like Japan as a word. If you know any Japanese, you know that the word for Japan is Nihon or Nippon, while Japan is an American English word that was given to them by foreigners. They're okay with that. They're cool with that. A lot of times people are not okay with exonyms, and they borderline treat them like slurs, if not straight up call them slurs. For that reason, I will not be repeating too many outside of ones that I know for a fact are definitely cool. But there are definitely like for example, the other word that you can use for the Romani people is an exonym that is a slur, according to them.
If you want a politically safe one, Germany, they call themselves Deutschland.
Yeah, I already did the Japan one though. So yeah, same.
Yeah, just another politically safe one.
Yeah. But so it's important that you understand that, like, while characters call them demons and call it hell, we are not, as viewers, actually supposed to understand it as that. So keep that in mind. We'll put a pin in that, but just need to understand that they're called Makaians. It's called Makai.
Literally are capable of having families and empathy. You can see this in the backstory episode.
There seems to be a range of them. There seems to be some that are, just weak little guys just trying to do their best to survive. Some that are big, powerful guys that bully the weak guys. Dutch ovens because of Deutschland. I get it. Yeah. Like in the same way that there are certain varieties of German in the U.S. that are incorrectly called Dutch. It's another fun thing. It's a very common mistranslation. Where are they? So yeah, there's the low level demons. They're just trying to do their best to survive. High level ones that bully the low level ones, and others that I will classify as like fauna, basically. The mindless guys that Dante spends a lot of time shooting that don't seem to have many thoughts, that are closest to the types of demons that you would fight in the Devil May Cry games. So
it's an irrelevant statement. You don't need to read it. Yeah. That's why I typed it.
Fine. But in that same vein though, Mary clearly has a very flattened view of them. And I wonder if and I started even speculating as to that being a part of the reason why she takes so many L's and why she's constantly fucking up and like accidenting her way into killing her entire squad. It's because she kind of underestimates demons, right? She kind of still views them as like mindless
non-thinking creatures.
Yeah. So I think coming across something like the rabbit really took her off guard.
Because I'm pretty sure that rabbit is the first intelligent Makaian they've had to deal with.
So again, as we find out, he's not actually from Makai, but that's the episode. Actually, we already talked about episode 6, but let me just do like 2 more notes. One, it was really another little point in the I think the White Rabbit actually likes Dante in his own weird way, where like he's this is where Mary and Dante are in the White Rabbit's study in his like little penthouse in the compound, and then he shows up on like a video call to talk to them, and literally like he's the way he says his line is so cute because he's just like, Dante and Lieutenant Arkham. he seems happy to see Dante, and it's like when the second he looks to like Mary, he's just like, oh, you're here too? Why?
Gross.
It's great, honestly. I'm glad he likes Dante as much as I do. Maybe not that much. Maybe not that much. Um,
Probably not.
but yeah, and so the following scene, though, when the Kynes are all taken in by Darkham and then eventually executed, is to me a really good portrayal and example of the whole thing of good men following orders. Remember that old defense that was used in World War II?
Yeah.
So it actually got me really thinking a bit about like what I think the show is trying to get at as far as portrayal of human and demon nature, and the ways that I think it's actually pretty nuanced, because I think it has a very realistic portrayal of why good men following orders commit atrocities a lot of the times. Now, of course, I think we know nowadays that the whole defense is pretty weak, because there are in fact plenty of examples in which good men have decided to not follow orders and have in fact done a lot of good by doing that. Like several times during the Cold War, nuclear disaster was averted because someone decided to not follow orders because they thought the orders were stupid, and they ended up preventing the apocalypse.
Yeah.
But I think that that's maybe more of an exception than people sometimes realize. That like you see these guys, they have moral issues, they have they have hearts and more quandaries with what they're doing. You can even see it in their faces, in the way that the acting is staged in the animation. But they, at the end of the day, just don't want to go against the grain. They don't want to go against the orders. And it kind of reminded me of an interesting experiment that I think I'd seen mentioned in like a Super Eye Patch Wolf video. Where
which one?
It was the one about like social anxiety horror. It's really good. And as someone with social anxiety, really, really anxiety inducing. Just the video on its own. But he found an interesting experiment where there was experiment done where they got a room full of actors and one normal person that didn't know what was happening. In fact, I think the whole staging of it was that they thought that they were in the waiting room to go to the test that they were signed up for.
I think I've heard of this one. Is this the one of everyone picks the wrong one? Sorry, go on.
Let me tell it. Let me tell it.
Sorry. Go on.
So they have one guy and then a room full of actors in a room. They pump smoke into the room as if there's a fire. And all of
this is not the experiment I was thinking
No, it's why I cut you off. They pump smoke into the room as if there's a fire. And they ask all the actors to pretend as if nothing is going wrong, as if everything is fine. And funny enough, they found out that almost every single time that the one normal person would just go along with it, that they would just pretend nothing was happening, and go along with the others. There was maybe like 2 cases in like 100 that they did in which the person left the room or something like that. But almost every other time, they would just sit there as if it was normal. And they basically found that like, oh yeah, people would totally, the whole thing, like, would you jump off a bridge if your friends do it? Maybe that was scientifically proven actually, that that would happen. Now of course plenty of cases.
I knew it. I'm gonna be the first one to jump off to peer pressure my homies.
Let's go. But yeah, of course, like, social experiments like these have flaws. They're oftentimes not foolproof, but it is interesting at least to
that's a major one.
It is at least interesting to consider, and potentially a view into a certain aspect of psychology that we are by our nature herd animals. We do not really like going against the grain, and I think that's kind of where you sometimes get the legitimate aspect of the whole good men following orders thing. But I think most people, by their nature, will go along with the grain, even if that grain is morally reprehensible. And you can still be critical of it. Let me get this random bot. You can still be critical of it.
Oh, oops. I was not paying attention to that.
It's fine.
So I was kind of just staring at the picture.
It's fine. You can still be critical of it. But I think there's an aspect in which this was done well. And it's done with a bit of subtlety. I think this is finally where I got around to episode 6 because it's a perfect piece of television, and the Mary Rabbit parallels are so perfect. I feel like I don't even need to explain it. I feel like it's self-explanatory. I feel like you should just watch the episode and you'll be able to get it. I think everyone on the planet got it, and I didn't know. I've noticed hardly anyone that had anything bad to say about that episode. So go watch that yourself, I guess. It's great at developing them both, great at world building, a lot of cool world building going on as far as Makai goes, as far as the demon realm goes, and from seeing the warlords to seeing all the like scary monsters to seeing just the way that most average people just happen to live over there, as well as the fact, the air being toxic, the diseases that plague them. You get to really see why
Very humanizing.
you see why they're so desperate to leave, and as well as like as well as getting a good appreciation of their culture and the world they're in. It's interesting and it's done well, and it's a good it's a good example of the story once again making do with the little time they have really effectively, and getting packing in a lot of information into a lot of these nooks and crannies. So if you're paying a bit of attention, you can get a really interesting, like, complex, full world, which is something that I think a lot of adaptations like this oftentimes just forget to do. Just forget that, like, they still need to world build and still need to do their own thing and board on people who are not familiar. So I think it's interesting. Yeah. And I said it's a surprisingly restrained story. It's just one that has really, really big consequences. So even though it's actually pretty simple as far as its whole timeline goes, I think sometimes people, I saw at least one person saying that, like, oh, they were just too, they decided to give us all lay epic plot when maybe they should have done something more restrained. And I'm like, oh no, it's restrained enough. It's just that, like, again, this little simple story of basically go to point A to point B and find the MacGuffin. The MacGuffin just happens to almost end the world.
To be fair, that MacGuffin was like 1/3 of the MacGuffin.
It was like a fourth of it. A fifth? It's a fifth. Right, you got the sword, you got the 2 amulets, you got the 2 blood samples. It's 5. It's a fifth.
Yeah.
So and this is also where he's touching in on some debunking here, where it's less that Sparta is no longer special, because I saw some people say that, well, the reason why we don't like that they've had all the demons, that all the demons are like good guys now, or at least that there's all these demons that are good guys, is that in the games Sparta was supposed to be special, that he was like this unique guy that went against his nature and did a cool thing, saved the world, and that's kind of the point. That's kind of the point of his character. That's why the whole devil may cry thing. It's the point of that tagline.
Oh, so he's the devil that made cried.
Yeah. So so they basically said, like, well, it's no longer special, and this is I kind of want to come in saying, like, well, it's less that he's no longer special and more that this has become a different thing, more of a meditation on the inherent evil of all of humanity, of Makaians, of, we're all supposed to kind of view them as humans. And how, like, it's kind of this pessimistic by way, it's like very Castlevania, like optimism by way of pessimism, where it's like, where it's like, humans suck. And we have to actively work against our nature, our natural state, in order to, like, achieve goodness. But we can still do it, right? Like, just because it's not easy, and a lot of things that aren't easy are still worth doing. Most things worth doing aren't easy. It just becomes a kind of broader meditation on that. There's this interesting line where Dante still kind of references the whole conflict in the game. And there was a part of me that wanted to say, like, oh, maybe that doesn't make sense in context anymore. Maybe the whole idea that, like, because Dante says that when he transformed, he felt the power, the things that fuel the power of his demon form, the hatred, the rage of it, and he's had to think of why how his dad had to act against it. And
here I thought it was trust.
So like it's a very I think that it still works in the context of it. I think it still functions because it becomes less of like, well, it's less that Dante and Sparta and Virgil are special, and much more that like, well, we all struggle with that, right? Like
Yeah.
we all like, we're all people who have to work every day to be a little bit better, to be good. We're all people who have fallen from grace. We're all people who just goodness doesn't come easy to anyone, and it becomes a lifelong battle, and like that's okay. That's not nihilistic. Again, optimism by way of pessimism, I guess, is kind of the thought of it. And it's an interesting meditation. It's an interesting look on it. And I'll get into it later, again, when I'm digging into the debunking, but I think that it's honestly a theme that works really well. It does the thing that maybe sometimes allegories like this don't always succeed in doing, where it actually manages to make a statement about humanity that feels applicable and worth saying, less racism bad, and more like, we all,
The nature of mankind often leads to destruction.
yeah, more like, we all have our demons, I guess. to say something definitely not
such
clever.
a George phrase.
And where does it even leave us with? Oh yeah, at this point we're around the end. The rabbit. We find out that he's human. Mary points out that it makes sense that he's human because it is within human nature. It's, only a human can do all the fucked up sociopathic things that he does. He agrees with her. Like, once again, just kind of like goes into the theme. I think some people took this as like, oh well, then just humans bad, demons good. This is how we're supposed to take it, right? And it's like, no. Again, I think it's more complex than that. I think it's more like, we all have evil in us, and it's very human what he did. It's very human wanting revenge and feeling rage and anger and lashing out because of that. And
in fact, I'm pretty sure that the Makaians themselves aren't even portrayed as an inherent good species. They just simply are.
Yeah, can we accept that, like, and I think this also comes into where it's like, I love unreliable narrators. I wonder if some people don't understand them sometimes, because like, are we supposed to take what Rabbit says, or what he implies there, that like Makaians are the better species, as the truth? I kind of don't think that's what we're supposed to do. I kind of don't think that that's where it's headed, or that's the idea we're supposed to take from it.
Yeah, because clearly there are some Makaians on board with some of his plans.
Yeah, and again, there could be something said. I'll get to it when there was a specific comment someone made about like a demon cat system, and I really want to dig into that, but I have to hold my fucking tongue for a bit. But yeah, I don't think that seems a bit simplistic. It seems a bit.
Reductive.
It seems a bit reductive. I don't think that's what the show's going for. Oh yeah, and the only character death I give a single half of a shit about, Enzo's. It hurts. It's the one that I was like,
It's
felt
because he had eyes for your baby boy.
Yeah, he was my baby boy's adoptive uncle that spends too much time at the strip club. The closest thing Dante had to a father, and wow, that sucks to say out loud.
Yeah, sad but true. Also adds good character.
But it was I think, just in contrast to the Darkom guys, who I really did not care when they were killed off, Enzo was the one that made me like, oh, feel something. And that's the end of my praises. That was a lot longer than the criticisms bit. As you can
honestly, I think that just shows that, yeah, there was a lot to praise about this series.
Now, if you don't want to, I don't know. I feel like the debunking part is the most fun part of this whole thing. If it could be a downer, I guess. So if you want just my rating, it's like I think this show's like an 8 out of 10 easy. I think it's really, really good. I think could be better. I have a lot of really high hopes for the second season. And just in general, I'm completely locked in. I'm completely bought in to the world. I've literally purchased like all the games at this point. So I'm in it, baby. We're doing this.
Yeah, and I think I could agree. Solid 8 out of 10. I like it.
Yeah. I have criticisms to say about it, but the things that I like about it are so numerous that like this is just become one of those shows that like I love. I wouldn't have done this. I wouldn't have done this silly little podcast or whatever. I wouldn't have watched it 3 times if I didn't love it. I'd be down to watching it a 4th time if I could convince my mom to watch it with me. Great.
Oh, that would be funny.
It's great.
Didn't you tell me? You know what? That's conversation for a later bit.
Conversation for a later bit. Don't dox me.
Yeah.
Don't.
I stopped myself. Don't worry.
So that just leaves us with one last section though, and this is the debunking section. The debunking. Let's go through all of the criticisms I found.
Criticism 1, you're stupid.
Criticism 1, you're stupid. I'm a stupid head, and they called me a slur. Whatever. No, that didn't happen.
Oh, good.
No. So because this is why we're actually doing this, right? Because I wanted to talk about and wanted to get out of my system some of the ways that I think it's kind of weird the way the internet talks about the series. At least the portion of the internet that has decided that the show is the worst thing on the planet, which to be fair is not even all the people that pose these criticisms. I'll see a lot of people who will just say 6 out of 10 and then just like say whatever, just spout out one of these. I want to say that these criticisms were gathered from, I think I mentioned, right, like YouTube, TikTok, Tumblr, Archive of Our Own. Some of these were done. Some of these I got by having conversations with people that went pretty well. Most of these people were like very, very polite to me, and it was all a good time. There are only a few that I would like classify as being certified weirdos. And that though like worrying on its own sometimes.
Yeah, but on the bright side, like you said, they tended to be the smaller amount.
I cannot ignore the fact that there is a certain amount. There's a certain level of. There are some people who just really don't like the show just because they don't like the fact that there's like positive depictions of like allegorical people of color. Basically, they just don't like that. They just don't like that, and they would never like that in any context. And some people who are just like weird racists. Some people where you might see them. I saw at least one where they had like a video about some Devil May Cry criticism. I ended up going to their channel just to like check out the vibe, and it was like very quickly got into some weird Gamergate shit, and just there is a tone with a certain percentage of people in this that to me like just kind of put me off.
Raise eyebrow, what do you like behind closed doors type of stuff.
Yeah. And it was one of those things too, where as I started getting further in, I started finding a trend where while it kind of Sarah Zed has an interesting video about this actually, where she talks about sacrificial trash, the way that certain media that is viewed as woke gets heavily dogged on by people, even people who purportedly are left leaning. And how it can oftentimes really reveal underlying biases in a way where it's like, yeah, these people don't call themselves racist. They might even hold otherwise very progressive views. Doesn't mean that they don't participate in some racism and some very bigoted, closed-minded things. And I think that it's important to like check yourself a bit sometimes, you know. She was saying in the context of the Little Mermaid, of the Little Mermaid remake, where she was saying that, like, yeah, there's like a lot of people who are being outright racist, but there's a lot of people who aren't, who wouldn't consider themselves racist, who are saying that they're not doing this for racist reasons, but it still seems to be such an incredible deluge of hatred against this thing that you gotta kind of wonder sometimes, you know, like. So
Yeah.
I think it just starts to become a thing of like of underlying bias, of things like that.
Something I kind of have picked up on is, sure, there is the valid argument of, oh, I'm not supporting another live-action Disney remake. Yes, I'm going on this diatribe. But, sure, that's an acceptable thing to say and believe. But if you continue to go in on your criticisms against it that seem very personal and nitpicky, eyebrows start to become raised.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, not accusing y'all of being little weirdo freaks, but some of y'all certainly display some weirdo freak adjacent behavior, and some of y'all sure are comfortable with allying yourself with some weirdo freaks. It's fine to just not like the show, but you know, like,
don't crusade about not liking it.
Crusade about not liking it. I'm gonna start getting really, really suspicious, especially since like, I think I'd even mentioned that I'd said to you at one point that like the person that I had the very reasonable conversation with on AO3, person that was very kind to me, we had a very like good interaction, and then a couple chapters later they have this author's note where they mention some really weird religious shit, and we'll get into that because I put that criticism here too, but it was just one of those where it's like, well, they claim to not have an issue with the politics or that being there inherently, and then later displayed some behavior that kind of seemed like it was like that wasn't true. And it's one of those where it's like, again, just start raising eyebrows. I have trust issues, what can I say? So
sometimes it could be a benefit.
So let's start with, let's just go down the list like we always have. I was just writing these in order of when I remembered them, with a vague adherence to the chronology of what was going on.
Oh, okay.
First one, that it's not accurate to the source material. Very, very common criticism that I saw. Halfways feel like this isn't worth acknowledging. But I will try. Just, I don't know, it's not a criticism, right? Just saying that something isn't accurate to the source material doesn't mean that it's bad. You can have things that are very transformative, very different from the source material, and be really, really good. My favorite example is the How to Train Your Dragon movie. Fun fact, that movie has almost nothing in common with the book that it came from.
Honestly, I thought you were about to bring up the Percy Jackson series.
What? No, I mean something that has the Percy Jackson series is very faithful. How to Train Your Dragon. Nothing in common. How to Train Your Dragon. Nothing in common with the book. I would know. I've read the first book. I read it as a kid when I saw the movie, and I was fascinated. And then I read the book. So I watched the movie, loved it, thought it was a 10 out of 10. Read the book, and was mostly flabbergasted to find that there were no connections, pretty much. That it was like there was like a few things. Like the main character was called Hiccup. The dragon was called Toothless. That's it. There's a couple character names that are the same. Those characters do not even vaguely resemble one another. Other than that. Everything is different. Even the bare premise is different. It is still one of the best animated movies I have ever seen, and I will stick to that. Because something is different doesn't mean that it can't do something really good on its own or attract a new audience. That
different does not always mean bad.
Yeah, just like Shrek the movie and Shrek the book, everything is different. It's like you can do an adaptation that is just completely different. That's not illegal. It's fine. You might be abandoning the original fans a bit, but like
they still have their source material.
Yeah. If anything, and maybe this is why you wanted me to bring up the Percy Jackson series. I think sometimes the Percy Jackson series is so faithful that sometimes it fails to do its own thing. sometimes it's just like it's so close that I at the end I ended up ragging on it a bit for not doing anything artistically. If we're not doing anything artistically interesting or different, really, at the end of the day, outside of just in little ways here and there trying to fix certain elements, and otherwise really straightforwardly adapting the book. Like, I think sometimes I'd rather a series go on,
take some risk.
Yeah, take some risks a bit, and this one certainly takes some risks. Though again, I do maybe slightly question, because I guess there was some PR about this show ahead of time where the intention, there were some posts here and there that seemed like the writers were really trying to do something that was for the fans and was as faithful as possible. And so a lot of people felt a little bit betrayed when the actual thing comes out, and it turns out that it's like completely a different universe from the ground up. Like, I think differences include that like this is very much like taking place in the United States, where the original games take place like nowhere in particular. It's just like a fictional country essentially. The whole like demon versus Machian thing is different, because in the games they're just straightforward demons. The whole
Real quick note, which I think definitely makes a lot more sense in game, because they're going to want you to not feel bad about killing a bunch of faceless enemies, whereas with the show, which tends to prioritize nuance and storytelling, the change makes sense.
Yeah. I think certain things I'm gonna call it J-Bent a little bit here, our friend J-Bent, because he had mentioned something about how Dante was a little bit nerfed in the series compared to how he is in the games. And I think I even right on the spot I kind of called him out on it, being like, hey, in games, the reason why sometimes from game to series, it's a pretty common thing actually to make the characters seem a bit weaker than they do in the games, because when you're playing a game, right, you personally experience the struggle of it, right? You have to redo a boss fight, or you have to you struggle against something. Your own skill level dictates how difficult of an experience it is, right? In the canon of the game, yeah, he might be the super strong, like perfect guy, but that doesn't actually mean that that's the way that the series should be. Because in order to portray the struggle that you experience as a player, you kind of got to take a step back a bit and let them show a bit of weakness that you would experience while playing it yourself.
Because it just seems to boil all the way back to delicious ribs. I mean steaks.
Yeah. So
that was a bad joke, but I wanted to make it.
It's good. So, but it becomes a thing where, like, in order for a show to have stakes, you have to have a character that is not invincible, but also just having just, God, I'm losing my train of thought real fast. We've been going on for a while. Okay, so but also just in order to actually be more faithful to the experience of playing a video game, you should allow them to struggle somewhat here and there. And so that's where I say that, like, accurate to the source material, like, well, sure, but certain ways in which that's a benefit, other ways in which that's not even a criticism worth looking at.
It's basically the reason why you would see Superman nerfed in so many extra media besides comics.
I mean, he's nerfing comics. I mean, Absolute Superman is fucking great from what I understand. And all those are basically about those characters struggling hard. People love those. People adore the Absolute current run. And it's basically entirely about those characters struggling the entire time.
They took away Brucey Boy's money.
Yeah, they did. So the next one, politics. People do not like. I've seen a range of things where people say that they just don't like how it's portrayed. I've seen some people with a bit of a mask off moment saying they just don't like that there's politics at all. Boy, this is where it makes people mad. Let's go. Let's go. I'm stretching at everything. I'm stretching to get ready.
It's fun. It'll be funny.
So, politics. Okay, I'm gonna start here. So it's always been my opinion that as a black woman, I live a pretty inherently political existence. I think a lot of black women can relate to that sentiment, and though I think maybe when you hear that as a non-black person, not a black woman specifically, maybe is maybe it's a little hard to parse or figure out what you mean by that. It's not that I'm out there every day being very politically active. I am not as politically active as I probably should be in a lot of ways, but it is that depending on who you are, that politics might very, very closely affect your life. That you might not have the privilege to just check out and not be concerned with whatever policy is going on, and well, because of how much the word politics has become kind of a buzzword in current internet discourse, that what you are is by some people considered inherently political. Think about how many people said that, like, oh, you can be trans in Baldur's Gate, that means the game's political. And it's like, well, no, it just means that it's like a wider range of people, but some people consider just having a wider range of types of people to be a political statement. So that is all my really long-winded way of saying that oftentimes when people say that something's political, what they mean is just that it has minorities or it displays themes that like they don't like. But that being said, this series is actually legitimately political in a lot of ways, and that it is very concerned with, again, the war on terror, with the world post 9/11, with like refugees and the refugee crisis and all that and so forth. And it's kind of disheartening to me, though, to see that there's a surprising amount of people that are also really disinterested in that. Not just in the racial aspect, which, again, I'll argue, not necessarily political. That's just the thing that a lot of people like to call it, because they're a little bit racist. But just that, like, even the actual politics is also similarly kind of scorned. I see a lot of people saying, well, the original games aren't political, but then I'll also see other people pointing out that, like, no, a lot of those themes about humanity, about demons, about goodness and evil are in the games. They've just been made much, much more explicit here to where you can no longer ignore them.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to talk about the church, since I know you brought that one up before.
That comes up later. That's the next point. It's literally the next point. So
okay.
For now, hold it. But the thing is that I'm a firm believer that an element in a story should not be considered off limits for its own sake. That anything, if implemented well, should be allowed to be used within a story. And I think Devil May Cry as a series uses politics honestly pretty well. And that a lot of the criticisms against it kind of fall flat when it seems very clear that a lot of the critics are very uninterested in engaging with these politics. And it kind of shows sometimes their own ignorance on these subjects in certain ways. Like, here's a thing that I think you and I feel very strongly. There is nothing that the series says about the US government, about the war on terror, or about refugees that isn't true. About like the mistreatment of refugees, about the about the tyranny of the US government in a lot of these places. That like I think you and I would agree that, and if you do not think that way, then perhaps you should try and do a bit more research on those things.
Guys, literally just look up CIA black sites.
I would encourage you to do those things, because if you feel like the politics are done badly, or that or even just like, I think what I noticed a lot was less people that thought it was wrong, less people that thought it wasn't the people thought it was wrong, wasn't people that like disagreed with it so much as it was people that seemed to be made very uncomfortable by it. People that do not like talking about politics, do not like talking about these like elements.
Don't
Suddenly,
like being called out.
I don't like being called out at the end of the day. And I'm just like, if something oh my god, I need more water. I'm actually gonna go get more water. 1 second. I'm gonna put a pin in that.
Alrighty. Will we go to a BRB screen? By the sound of her coughing aggressively, that's probably a maybe. But yeah, going to be entirely honest, U.S. government not good. There's a lot of declassified CIA stuff.
Oh god, you're talking about the
very
CIA.
bad-
Oh no. Oh no, we
Darkcom is essentially an analogy.
allegory.
Darkcom is the CIA.
Yeah, so
It's a hidden branch of the government that does a bunch of shady stuff. It's not anything the government hasn't done before.
yeah, so I think it's just one of those things where, like, if being presented with something that portrays history as it happened makes you uncomfortable, then you and I are not the same. You and I are not the same. I'm sorry. And you should probably, like, you know, soul search a bit on that as to why just a straightforward presentation of the truth makes you uncomfortable. Figure that shit out. I don't know. But because again, it wasn't that I found a lot of people disagreeing with it, or saying it was wrong, or saying it was bad, or saying that why they make the U.S. so evil. Mostly just a lot of people that remained very uncomfortable by it. And I thought that was interesting. I'm just sipping more water so I don't die again. So
Fair.
So yeah. Next one, the religion. I love we're gonna make everyone mad. But this one was also inspired by that one person on AO3 where I saw that they made a comment in a later chapter that kind of made me raise an eyebrow, where they had mentioned disliking Castlevania and thinking that the showrunners were specifically anti-religious in the way that Castlevania portrays religion and the way that Vice President Baines is portrayed, and saying that it was, you know, saying that they were anti-Christian and that they were in comparison much nicer when portraying deities of other religions, like, you know, Sekhmet from Nocturne, or honestly also from Nocturne, the Igbo god of metal that Annette is pledged to, or whatever. And this to me goes right back to the politics, right?
Yes.
Castlevania very realistically portrays, very accurately portrays what the Catholic Church got up to in the medieval period in Romania, and very accurately portray what the church was up to in France during the French Revolution. They weren't the good guys.
I would like to bring up two things. The Inquisition was terrible. You people should know this.
Hey, if you read a history book, you might find out that the church hasn't always been the good guy. Did you know that?
And there is a reason why during the French Revolution, the revolutionaries also went after the clergy.
And sorry to say this, but if you've been paying any attention to recent US politics, Vice President Baines is not special. He really isn't. There are a lot of really weird conservative Christians out there that Christian nationalists is, I think, what you would call it. People who use their religion in order to justify all sorts of atrocities, who use it in order to justify their own weird beliefs and hatred for others. This is a larger percentage of Christians in the US than honestly I would like. And I'm saying that as someone who grew up Christian. Luck is literally luck. Actually, what are you comfortable with saying?
I am comfortable with saying I am Christian. I personally would not identify myself with any denomination, nor do I really confess to say I am a part of a church. But, however, I read the book, I make my judgments based off of that. You do not need to defend God. Please, people, stop trying to. You just make things so much worse.
You just end up looking cringe, and not the good kind.
No, you look like Marvel
You
cringe.
look like Marvel cringe. No, it's again, it just goes back to the politics where it's like, okay, so if your problem is that it's a negative depiction, I can't help you there. We are not the same. But if your problem, but like, this is displaying things that happened. This is displaying a current reality or a past reality that there is evidence of, that you can go see and find out for yourself, that a regular history class will teach you, that watching the news for a couple minutes will teach you. If the truth makes you uncomfortable, then that is something you need to figure out and soul search for on your own. The truth should not make you uncomfortable.
You said that much more eloquently than me. I was just going to say, then that's a skill issue.
Skill issue, bro. Get over it. Get good. Get good like
Man,
I'm gonna
history-
get good by the time I hit DMC 3.
Hell
Gonna
yeah!
get those
Shout out to the
combos.
future. Because I think it should really be mentioned that, yeah, it is. If you see fact, irrefutable fact of things that have happened, and you do not change your mind, that is an issue on yourself that you need to address.
Yeah, and it's something that worries me genuinely. If a sizable enough portion of people just decide that that they would rather be comforted than see something that is true, or like I swear I'm like quoting I'm like paraphrasing a quote of a paraphrase probably, but I swear on some podcast I heard something along the lines of like, good art should comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable, something like that.
I think I have roughly heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, it's a speak truth to power, that kind of thing. But in order to do that, you know, you actually have to be interested in the truth. And well too, if your counter argument is something along the lines of like, well, you know, maybe you do agree with me on the whole like Castlevania thing. Maybe you do agree that like, you know, like, yeah, that's just history, you know, you can't shy away from that. But your issue is more that like, you know, that Bane's is like bad representation specifically, then I'll probably also have to point to the fact that like bad representation is only a thing when it's a minority. Racism and discrimination require a power imbalance. If you think that Christians are disempowered in the current U.S. government, holy hell! Wow, I really do not understand you. I know that's a position that a lot of weirdo Christians hold, because Christians love nothing more than a persecution complex, but
Yeah.
it's not the truth.
It's not to get too deep into this talk. I think the reason why a lot of Christians have a persecution complex is because of the origins of Christianity.
Yeah, they
But I think
romanticize
that's
it.
about all. Yeah, I think that's about all I will say upon that.
Even though they're literally the dominant religion in this country, they romanticize the idea that they're persecuted because it's a kink or whatever. I don't know.
Combine all the denominations of Christendom, then I think that would probably be like number one or two. No, two. Probably number two in religion.
Now, okay, let's move away for a little bit at least from literally the two most controversial subjects we could potentially cover, and instead talk about how it's really funny that Lady says the fuck word a lot.
Fuck, fuckity, fuck.
Let's beat her count of 35. Let's go. We can do it. Also,
All right, let's do this. I was half tempted to redeem. No curse right there.
We're about to get very close also to having this stream be longer than watching the series itself. We're about to get very close.
Fun.
But
Before we continue on this, I definitely think that I'm pretty sure you're gonna speak about this, but I'm gonna beat you to the punch. The idea of being ladylike is definitely playing the hard aspect here.
oh my god, that as well as just, I mean, not to bring Hazbin Hotel into this, but that was a criticism that was thrown at Hazbin Hotel a lot, the fact that they use curse words too much. And mostly I've just noticed, this is a thing that has popped up in like the last just 2 years or so, because this was not a thing that people brought up that much when we were kids, right? I mean, I guess the South Park movie makes a joke about it, right? That like the like the Terrence and Phillip thing, they use too many swears and the parents start going on a crusade against it. So maybe this isn't like that new. But like it feels like in the last couple of years people have decided that swearing and things isn't okay, and that if you swear you're not cool. If you swear, swearing isn't cool, guys. Swearing doesn't make you cool, guys.
It's almost as if puritanism is on the rise again.
Swearing doesn't make you cool. But saying that swearing doesn't make you cool is the type of shit a fucking narc would say. So, I'm gonna shove you into your locker, you goddamn nerd. It's a weird puritanical take. I did counter cursing. It was a lot, and once you start to notice it, it is a little hard to not notice that she does in fact use like say the word fuck like up to twice a sentence, almost every sentence. But the funny thing is that I remember people when they were criticizing Hazbin Hotel, and the problem with Hazbin Hotel was that everyone curses, and that you know what's the whole like Incredibles, like when everyone swears, when everyone's special, no one will be. When everyone swears, it doesn't have as much impact or whatever. And it's like, literally, Lady is the only one that swears to this degree. A lot of other characters don't swear at all. Dante swears maybe once, but people still make the same criticism. She swears too much. This is too much. I'm like, I feel like this is a you problem after a certain point. I mean, it's just a you problem. I feel like it's just like, oh, if you not like swear words, bitch.
I'm gonna be entirely honest. I didn't really notice it. Maybe it's going to be much more noticeable if I ever rewatch a clip of it.
You listen to me all the time.
True, I might just be used to it and not thinking of it. But like, yeah, I didn't even notice all the cursing.
Oh no, like, so what? There's one character that swears a lot. She's fucking military for one. Those guys swear all the time.
The only ones who swear more are sailors.
Literally. She like I saw some people saying that her swearing a lot is just what she's like in the games. But somehow there's still people complaining about how she swears too much. And I'm like, after a certain point, I think all of this, you start to get a pattern, right? Where it's like, I think some of the people who are making this point, if not being outwardly just kind of right-wing conservative, the kind of weirdos, they're at the very least have some internal biases and issues to go through. I've seen a couple people. I've seen this one post make the rounds a couple times where people say that like there's a genuine problem as far as some leftist spaces nowadays, where you have a lot of really young people who've not actually confronted their own internalized values, internalized conservatism and racism and such. And I think that there is I think that people who say that have a fucking point. Honestly, I think that there is a certain aspect of like, you have a lot of people in leftist spaces where it's like they have some kind of right-leaning views that are a little worrying sometimes, and I think it's cases like this sometimes where they're a little annoyed at the too many swear words, where you start to kind of see that, where it's like, okay, you're still kind of in the mode of like what your parents told you to do. The turf, yeah, a bit, yeah. And that's where it's like, you know, I think that you're just a little too concerned about whatever. I don't know. The world's not gonna fall down around your ears if you say the fuck word one too many times. Despite the fact that literally constitutes a very funny South Park episode. Right, where like they say the word shit a certain amount of times, like 50, like 100 times. Like I think the whole goal was they wanted to get right up to the limit of how many times you were allowed to say shit in one episode of broadcast television, and it causes like a rift in reality. It's great. It's very funny.
That's hilarious.
It's very funny. Yeah, I don't know. Get over yourselves, nerd.
Plus, I know some people say stuff along the lines of, "Oh, don't take the Lord's name in vain" as well. Listen, if I remember correctly, I believe the original of that was actually talking about being more blasphemous, not just using it as a curse.
Yeah, I don't think they had an equivalent of saying "Oh God" in ancient Hebrew. Believe it or not, I kind of doubt they had an equivalent.
Oh no, I technically don't speak the language, so like, heck if I know.
Well, that's fair. So which also this got me rolling on a few like general lady criticisms, which is that you know, just the other thing of like, you know, her being a cop, or she being kind of done dirty, especially if you're coming in as a game fan. I sympathize with that latter point and the former point. You know, seems like she's kind of contentious. But also, oddly enough, this is the whole reason why I added this point. Some people really like her. Some in ways that I think is cool. I think some people just like, you know, really buy into the character arc and they find themselves really enjoying it and sympathizing with her. I worry though that maybe some people just like her because she's a cop. Sometimes with this crowd suddenly got me some trust issues. Now I'm worried that they might like her because she's a bit of a cop. Which is
it just depends on how their attitude is after the redemption arc. That's inevitably gonna come.
Yeah. We'll see. I get a little worried. I want to hope that everyone who really likes her does so with for good
character merits,
for good intentioned reasons. I worry though.
Like I said, it just depends on how they react after the inevitable character arc.
Yeah, we'll see. But also, in comparison, I've also noticed some people saying that the show glazes her too much. The show it's the lady show. And I said this earlier, right, with the whole shonen protagonist thing about how like Dante's kind of not intended to be like a character that has a super robust arc. He is a shonen protagonist who is straight as an arrow, who knows what the fuck he's about from episode 1, and who is
kind of Goku.
Yeah, who is surrounded by a bunch of angsty teenagers who are all up in their own feelings and listening to MCR. That's the One Piece loadout, you know, and it worked well for them. I think it could work well for these guys. It's not inherently bad, though. Of course, some people just dislike it because they're kind of sexist and they just don't like that a lady is doing the cool story things when big strong man is right here. Why lady do strong thing when big strong man here? What? Make no
big
sense.
Strong man. Woman's supposed to be soft. Why lady strong?
Make no sense. Why? I'm not even gonna like dignify those people. I'm gonna dig. Those are the same people. I saw the wildest thing when I was looking through some Nocturne criticism, just out of curiosity, where some people said that like Richter is just another example of how ladies do all the cool strong stuff, but the man has to be weak. And I'm like, Richter punches God in the finale of the Richter Belnades punches God in the face. What do you mean he doesn't do enough? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Did we watch the same show? I feel like we didn't watch the same show.
Banished to death for a time.
I feel like we didn't watch the same show. I feel like they're just mad that a lady that a female character does a thing. Anything. Dante is like the coolest badass imaginable in this whole show. He has all of the cool action scenes. Every time Lady has an action scene, she seems like she's struggling, dirty, like in pain, sweaty, just like having the worst time. Dude. She's experiencing like a Resident Evil level. And Dante goes through and he's just like racking up combos with a pool stick. Like,
yeah. Because Lady is literally just a regular dude, like she has no powers, so she's getting hurt sometimes.
It's like Dante does the most in this. I don't get how you can look at that and be like, I feel like that's just a stance that you take only if you're sexist. That's just a stance if you're sexist.
Real quick, something I also do want to bring up that is very tangential, but I feel quite strongly about. Strong women are attractive.
Strong women are so attractive. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I know, right?
Oh my god.
Buff woman.
If Lady wasn't a cop, I'd be all over her. Genuinely. She was. I don't fuck
You'd
cops.
be a
though.
lot more sympathetic towards her.
I don't fuck cops though. Once she's not a cop, I'll revisit her, and then maybe I'll draw like fan art of her ass or whatever. but she has to stop being a cop first, then we'll get to her.
Exactly.
So but yeah, like just on that same note though, you know, there's not enough Dante, or that Dante is like too silly or cringe. I've been over that plenty of times at this point. Like Dante's the shonen protagonist. He has plenty of screen time. He is cringe in the games. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but and him being a silly cringe guy is honestly really funny and charming.
Part of the charm.
Yeah, we really liked that aspect of him, genuinely. So let's move on. Let's move on to this point that I've been kind of alluding to, but I wanted to save until now to really get into, which is that humans bad, demons good.
Okay.
So, like, no, incorrect. Anyway, the next point. No.
That's good.
So the whole dichotomy that some certain people had, which is it's like humans bad, demons good. And they do this mostly because, like, you know, a lot of the visible human characters that we see are, you know, kind of scummy cops. We got like Baines, we got like you know, we got
Lady.
we got Lady, we got, you know, Enzo, though Enzo I feel like should be a point against that. But whatever.
Enzo is an exception.
Yeah. We got a bunch of humans doing horrible things, committing atrocities, and a bunch of Makaians who are just like, you know, sweet, innocent little refugees or whatever. I think that quoting those guys. But it's like obviously not that simple. It's obviously not that simple for a lot of reasons. I think that honestly the show does a pretty good job of keeping really complex, well-rounded characters on both sides of the fence. Pretty frequently. Like, yeah, there's a couple outliers like Baines, and you know, obviously Dante is our resident very sweet, very good boy. But like Mary is a deeply complex character that like, while she certainly does some horrible things, we're definitely supposed to recognize within her a humanity and a goodness and a potential.
She definitely is seeming very conflicted about a lot of aspects of her job.
Yeah. Though sometimes it falls flat, I think that the show takes a lot of pains to try and show the Darkham guys as being, you know, regular guys. Two of them are like married. You know, they all have like well-rounded personalities. They seem like nice. They seem like very like nice people who are trying to do good, who are trying to make the world a better place in whatever way they can. They just, you know, fall flat.
Regular people caught up in a bad situation. Although we did make some critiques about how it was handled, there still was an attempt. And that attempt still makes it stand out, in my opinion.
And of course, Enzo, I think, is the actual successful version of a human that is shown as being very complex in a lot of ways. As being like this kind of not quite mentor. He calls himself Dante's mentor. What he is more of like a deadbeat father figure that quite loves him and quite cares for him, but maybe falls short in his own ways. They have all these really like cool, complex characters here. And then you go over to the demon side. I think what people see, maybe why they feel this way, is because the refugee Makaians are, like, in comparison, not terribly complex, right? They're just kind of like background guys who are just there to mostly be, you know, motivation, essentially. And I would kind of ask someone who like maybe that's the reasoning, like what they would have wanted out of the refugee guys in that case. And like, I kind of suspect that they wouldn't have much of an answer to that because, like, that's kind of the role in the story, right? The second you go to the more major demon characters, you start to have more people that start to look a lot like the Darkham guys on the other side, where they are they have a lot of goodness to them, right? You have the two like
Mhm.
Oni brothers who like clearly really love and care for each other, who don't even activate the like the thing to drop the plane until to like that was like a thing that like very missable. But I noticed it in my third watch through here where it's like they do not let go of those passengers until after they get the confirmation that Dante could potentially do something about it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Hmm. And though one of them, granted, does immediately try and kill Dante right after, but they do wait. But they do wait for that. Plasma is a background character that is shockingly sympathetic, and you know his whole final moment of doing his for Makai when he sees all the refugees being gunned down or burned or whatever, he like loses it. It was made very clear that he was someone who very deeply cared for this cause, who believed in it wholeheartedly, and who loved his people. And so you start to get in, and that's the vibe you get from a lot of these mini bosses, where it's like these are guys with like very deeply sympathetic motivations who want to do better and who want to help, but who just find themselves, you know, doing bad things because they've been caught in this mess, basically.
Yeah.
And
Average to good people just caught in a bad situation.
yeah, and so it's like I feel like it's again one of those things where it's like, yeah, if you look at it on the surface, sure, you could say that like humans bad, demons good. If you bother to sit with it for more than even just 1 second, you might find that it's a bit more complex than you think.
True. The only truly non-complex Makaians I want to bring up are the refugees that helped Lady, but I feel like there's a reason why they're so simple.
If-
It is because that they're narratively there to serve, to challenge Lady's point of view.
And also, just the second the character is there for more than 5 seconds, they have actual complexity to them. I think it's a thing of screen time, if anything. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I'm like, I feel like at the core I understand what you might be mad at here. I feel like you know, maybe there's a possibility that you're just not articulating yourself very well, or that me trying to rapidly read through TikTok comments is maybe not the best way to understand fully all of these arguments in a very complex, robust way. But like, it's back to the subtlety thing, right? The fact that like, yeah, the show is simple, but I think any good piece of media is one that does not necessarily just like hand you the reading on a silver platter, right? You should have to sit down and think with it for a bit. And I think that I've noticed a lot of people a lot of people critiquing the show who are completely, wholly uninterested in doing anything outside of accepting the most surface level first knee-jerk reaction reading of this thing. And that is really, really frustrating, doubly so as an English major who really cares about people like understanding the media that they read and watch and experience.
Consume.
Yeah, I hate the word consume. I hate it. It's not, or consume this slop, whatever. This is art.
Fair enough.
You'll spend time on this shit.
What about appreciate?
Appreciate is good, but maybe not always applicable in the case if you don't like it. But in order to watch this properly, you need to watch anything properly. You should be trying to go past just the bare surface level. You cannot accuse something of being overly simplistic and then intentionally ignore any other more interesting or deeper reading that anyone could have. You need to engage with it. You know, it's called a straw man, believe it or not. You know, I think though not that I care for logical fallacies or mentioning them. Logical fallacies is bullshit.
The straw man, at the very least, is something we can steal because we can see how people fall prey to it.
Yeah. So, you know, just if you're gonna criticize something for being simple, try and at least consider something underneath there, under the hood there, or else you might instead just reveal the fact that you just aren't very good at reading in complexity to what you do, to what you look at. So the further complex version of the point, though, like humans bad versus demons good. Another one that I got from AO3 through this conversation, where they had mentioned something along the lines of how it is at best a caste system where weak demons are good and the strong ones are evil. No.
I'm gonna be honest, knee-jerk reaction, that feels a little reductive.
Very reductive. It's also not true. I think that this is another case of maybe them missing the point here, and maybe them misinterpreting that line that Dante has about how, you know, his power is fueled by like hatred and rage, and I think that maybe the show is saying something here about the nature of power that maybe might be going over these people's heads a bit. You know, one, we already established, like, yeah, the refugees, of course, they're going to be kind of one note, like, kind of good guys. You're supposed to sympathize with them. Their function in the story. They have very little screen time at the end of the day, individually anyway. And it would kind of be counter to the point if you started seeing them, like, I don't know, murdering each other, or stealing from each other, or whatever. You know, like, it's kind of counter to the point at that stage.
It takes away from the narrative they want to give.
Yeah. So, but one, we see plenty of the strong guys. Like I literally just explained why all the mini bosses are in fact like good people, who are maybe stuck in a really bad situation or maybe do some bad things, and but like you go back to Makai, you have the whole flashback in episode 6 where you see the warlords and all those guys, and it's like, one, have these people never seen Mad Max? They've never seen Mad Max before.
Not.
They've seen Mad Max before. Have they ever seen a post-apocalyptic? Do they understand how it's like, yeah, if you put a world in there where it's like where like you're all fighting over resources, where there's a tyrant of a king, and you're all like scrounging around to get any last inch of your inch of the world or whatever, like. Obviously, there's going to be some bad people rising to the top in order to take advantage. It feels
just
like
because the nature of resource scarcity.
This is when I start getting into people starting to misunderstand like basic genre conventions. Like, this is kind of the nature of the thing. Like, haven't you ever seen a post-apocalyptic thing before? Like, it doesn't mean that all the powerful demons are inherently evil. It is rather trying to say something about the nature of power, how it is corrupting, how and you have to fight against its influence actively in order to maintain an ounce of goodness to yourself. It is not that it is a caste system where all the powerful demons are just inherently evil.
Or alternatively, I don't think this is going to be the take they do here, but it's something I've seen quite often, where it's power is often attained by the unscrupulous, whereas the good choose to not take it.
Exactly. But you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, I think they're just misunderstanding. They're misunderstanding here, and of course the monsters, the mindless ones. It's just it's the Machian fauna. Don't. It's Machian fauna. Don't even. If you're choosing to not realize that, then it's your own damn fault. But that does go into the next point of Sparta is no longer special because now there's all these good demons running around and yada yada yada. At this point, you should just be able to intuit what my point is here, which is that like.
Your point is Sparta is a schmuck, right?
Sparta's a schmuck. Yeah, fuck him.
Everything we said was a lie.
He abandoned my sweet little baby boy. May he rot in hell. No. So it's rather just that like Sparta is still like. Honestly, I don't give a shit if Sparta's special or not. I really don't. I really do not. I could give less of a shit. They are expanding the themes here. They're doing more with it. What he did is improved by everything that is like surrounding, you know, all the elements surrounding it. You know, the fact that, you know, we went into the whole like, you know, just following orders thing, right? Sparta, someone who didn't just follow orders, someone who went against the grain to try and do something different, went against his nature as a human, as a Machian, as a demon, whatever. It's like whole thing, whole fucking point of it all. If you once you have your good reading of it, once you recognize all these elements and how they work into concert with each other, it should improve the character of Sparta, not take away from him.
Also, I do just kind of wish to ask, probably just going to ask this to the void, but I shall ask anyway. Why must Sparta remain in singular, isolated, different one?
Because Dante's their very special boy and he has to be special.
True, I guess, to give Dante a little more specialness, but at the same time, Dante is still always going to be Dante. It's not like another demon becoming friendly or nice is going to reduce everything Dante has done.
Yeah, it's I've literally a point later on about how people want Dante to be a Mary Sue. We're gonna save that. Okay. Where are we? Oh yeah, less of the criticism, more of an observation. I can't believe how many different comments I've seen on TikToks or on YouTube of like where it'll be like a clip, like a Netflix clip of like this moment of the show, like that moment where like Dante is like kick flipping the motorcycle, or Dante is or Dante's doing his one-liner, or Dante gets his shirt ripped off, or Dante's like doing the Just Dance thing, which is really fun. the Dance Dance Revolution thing, not Just Dance. I've been playing a lot of Just Dance, that's why I'm thinking about it. And you'll inevitably, you scroll down enough, see a comment where someone will say something along the lines of, honestly, this was the only good moment in the entire show. Every other time he was horribly out of character and yada yada yada. And you'll see like that same exact comment on like every single one of those different clips. It's
of course.
It's almost as if there were multiple parts of the show that were enjoyable, and that different people found different enjoyment in different parts. Maybe this one was just your favorite. I don't know.
Maybe you're just a Dante simp.
Maybe I am, but like, don't fucking call me out like that. I call myself out like that. I call myself out by making this background. So, but like, yeah, just it's everyone has a different take on what their favorite parts are. The fact that was in so many different parts, just to me, just people are telling on themselves basically. That it's like, yeah, there were lots of parts in the show where Dante acted very true to his in-game counterpart, where something fun happened that the fanboys loved and they cheered and clapped for, and they just like being grumps about it. They just like being a little grumpy grumps about it, and then they'll see a clip and the clip will make them smile, and then they'll feel bad about that it made them smile because they're supposed to hate this show, and so then they'll type in a comment about how this is honestly the only good part of the show.
This is the exception, not the norm.
So they just want to be they just want to hate. They just want to hate. So even in their expressing of liking, it becomes a backhanded compliment. Okay. Next one. Dante is literally Deadpool.
Wait, he has twin katanas and can break the fourth wall?
He should. That'd be great. No, just makes a lot of haha funny jokes. Haha funny joke man. A lot of reference humor. He's making reference jokes every 5 seconds. He's saying jackpot every 10 seconds. I don't know.
It's as we have said before, cringe culture is dead. Embrace the cringe.
Yeah, why is it that I swear every single time there's like a reference joke in a thing, people are like, it's just like Rick and Morty, it's just like Deadpool, it's so bad, why is everything like this? It's like, there's like 5 jokes like that the entire show. It's not one of them's like a Three Stooges joke.
A real quick tangent. Something I saw people getting mad about was the voice actor for, crap, I forgot his name, in Dandadan. the voice actor for this one guy basically had suggested, hey, can we just change this line into a D's nuts joke just because I feel like that translates better. And I saw people say like, "Oh, this is so bad, so referential, Zoomer, millennial, whatever."
Like what?
I saw people.
He's a kid in like modern day. Of course, he'd say some dumb shit like that.
Not only that, I don't know what the original translation was, but I'm sure the way it was set up in it, where the show itself didn't even spend longer than 5 seconds on it. It was just like, okay, this is very inoffensive. It was set up in an understandable way for the character. So it's like, it's fine, but what was people freaking out about?
Fun fact, anime also has stupid, cringe kid jokes where they make dumb references, but because you don't speak Japanese, you just don't understand them.
Yeah.
Like,
this is what... go on.
No, that's it. Like, Japanese kids also say dumb, stupid, referential humor. It's just, you just don't know those.
Just go watch Seinen, people. Seinen was for young adult, right?
Go to Japan, idiot.
Just go to Japan, idiot.
Go to Japan, idiot. So and the next one is Dante as Gojo, or conversely, the Gojo fangirls have gotten to Dante. They're all simping over him, and it's annoying. Too many gooners are liking Devil May Cry and this and that.
Hey, question: are you a Gojo fangirl? Just out of curiosity.
No.
Had to ask.
No. I've seen like 2 episodes of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah. I kind of figured since you've never really brought it up, but like I had to ask while we're on topic.
I feel like this is just a thing where this is just a more sexism, let's be real. Where like fans that they perceive as women, because you know fandom is not a monolith. There's plenty of males who enjoy Dante, trans male, cis male, etc., who draw spicy fan art of him or whatever. But honestly, bigger than that though is just that and plenty of Dante fans have pointed this out, and so this is one that maybe doesn't need a ton of defense because they've already defended it plenty. These guys have been around since like DMC3, like if not DMC1. They've been around forever. Dante has always like there's always been people who just think Dante's hot and who are most distant for that. There's always been people who've been drawing spicy fan art of him. This is not new, and I know this one personally too because even though I've never played the games, I do exist on AO3 and I have come across some of those faces, you know, by accident. You know, when you start looking into the fandoms you're not a part of just to see what the fuck is going on, as I do every so often, and
of course,
and like. I remember seeing those guys like back in 2013, and I'm pretty late to the game, honestly, in those respects. Like I'm pretty sure it's like 2001, so like the first one. So it's just like, if you are saying this, I'm assuming you're just doing it because you just hate women or whatever, and you just don't want them to have their little fun with their little blorbo. But like it's just one of those where it's just like this makes no sense to me. He's always been a character that's been designed to be appealing, and I don't know if you have a problem with that. It's kind of weird. I'll see like fan art where I saw fan art where like it's like a really Dante, it was like overly sexual, but Dante was looking like a little cutie in there. It was vaguely suggestive, at least potentially anyway.
What, did he have his middies out?
Probably something like that. But literally the person had like tagged it or done like a caption under it where they said, please Dante Sims, do not interact. I'm like, what the fuck, why are you drawing his titties out then? What
I remember you bringing this up now.
yeah, I'm just like, why, what is this, why are we all acting like we hate these guys all of a sudden just because like a couple people said that these guys have been the bread and butter of the fandom since like the beginning? What, like, it makes no sense that all of a sudden you're just like, oh, all these Gojo fangirls coming in here all of a sudden. It's like, what? My God, it's like, people do not understand the actual history of fandom and why gooner shit like this. It's always been the bread and butter of fandoms. Always has, always will be. So, I don't know. Pay those guys no mind. Those guys are defending themselves. They don't need me to come in and tell them this shit. But yeah, just needless to say, Dante has always had fangirls. If you're just now finding that out because now you're on TikTok and now you're seeing a bunch of Dante fangirls putting like saying like bark 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 in the comments sections or whatever, like yeah, like I don't. Sorry. I'm sorry that you have to now deal with the same shit that I have to deal with whenever I'm like whenever I'm in fan faces for any anime that I like, because like I'm a Chainsaw Man enjoyer, right? I read the manga before the anime came out. I loved that shit. I catch up with it every so often nowadays. I haven't caught up for a little while. But I remember when Makima came out as a character.
Oh, I knew it.
And a bunch of people simped over her, and like, you know, there's a whole discourse over it, of course, because there always fucking is. But I stayed respectful because I'm like, you know what? These gooners are the backbone of communities like this. I would rather leave them to it. Whatever they think this woman in a suit is hot. Non-controversial take, honestly. Correct.
Yeah.
So, but just like, what? Why? And mostly those guys were left alone. I feel like it became it was kind of a fringe opinion to be annoyed at. Like, I mean, nowadays, I mean, people more just say like the Makima enjoys just, you know, don't shower or whatever. You know, just typical weeaboo stereotype or whatever.
If I remember correctly, there was also a big debate. I'll just sum it up with one meme of, oh, people keep saying we need more male essay rap in fiction, but y'all bitches couldn't even handle Makima.
Yeah. But it's just one of those things where it's like, these guys are the backbone of the fandoms. Without them, we wouldn't. Right? Like, a lot of cartoons and anime are mostly funded by like merch, like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You can't move those figures, and you can't produce those shows without some sweaty guys buying some Makima.
I believe the industry calls them whales.
Yeah. And these and like, and let me say, these Dante fangirls are 1,000 times more respectful and reserved and clean than some of these Makima guys. And honestly, again, my goal here isn't necessarily to rag on these Makima guys. I'm mostly just memeing. You guys are fine. You're the backbone of the fandom. I respect you. I do. I respect your right to goon, and I wish more people would respect these girls' right to goon over Dante. Been here since the beginning. Been driving it since the beginning. I don't know what to tell you.
Here on the Lily Polydora channel, we believe in the equal right to goon.
We believe in the equal right to goon. We believe in it. And also, yes, of course, whenever something is viewed as like being for the feminine gaze, or the feminine gaze, haha.
If you didn't make that joke, I was going to say, which feminine gaze? The gaze or the gaze?
Exactly. Whenever something is viewed as being suitable to that or made for that, then someone's gonna have a fucking stink over it. You know, it's why people hated Twilight so much. It's why all that. What can I say?
Again, reminds me of how I saw this one post that basically just reversed the two male leads with female tropes. No, not tropes. Archetypes. That's the word.
Mm-hmm.
And then people would say like, "Oh my god, I get it."
Exactly. My next point. Oh my god, I'm looking at the next point, and I'm like, I gotta refill my water for this. I gotta go refill my water. I gotta go blow my nose because the pollen is getting to me. It's a big one. So,
rest in peace.
So give me a second. We're almost. I know I said it'd be like 2 hours. It's been almost 4 hours. So I'll be back quick. I promise.
Right? While she's gone, I'll just say the thing I saw. Basically, it was just like, listen, guys, to get Twilight, just imagine it like this. Imagine a tomboy werewolf and a goth vampire are both trying to seek out your attention. And like, the people in the comments were just like, I get it. I understand now. And like honestly, I think that is apparently needed with a lot of people in order to reframe things so they can understand. Much to my dismay. Basically, long story short, let people have their likes, y'all. Dang, I was really hoping Lily would be back by the time I finished that little bit. Well then, I suppose it is time for the next point of order. Women in suits. Hell yeah. Women butler suits. Also hell yeah. Oh dang, she's still gone. Well then, something else I could try bringing up about this series is... It definitely has been a little bit. Screw it, let's get controversial. These are the reasons why I think Enzo is a funny little guy. 1. They intentionally make him small. Better for slapstick. 2. They do slapstick with him. He does get hit a little. Oh hey Lily, are you back?
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Finish your point.
Reason
This next
3.
point's heavy.
He's a funny little guy.
We good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Thank you for stalling, and thank you for. I don't know what you talked about, but I'm sure it was cool.
Oh, I basically said the Twilight thing, the Fool post, as well as reason why Enzo's a funny little guy.
Oh yeah, fair. Okay, this next one's like maybe not heavy, but like, it's certainly the one that maybe bothers me the most. Actually, I'm even curious if you know this is Adi Shankar. I think I got that name right.
I don't recall.
Good, because you're normal. You're a normal human being. Of course, you wouldn't know that. He is essentially the showrunner, executive producer of the Devil May Cry Netflix series. He is a pretty prominent guy, mostly because he's also, I believe, Nocturne was also essentially his baby, as well as maybe he's had a pretty major role in some later Castlevania stuff. He is for better or for worse, often said to be like a driving force of all these shows.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially he has become like the whipping boy for the Netflix series by some of the worst fucking scum of the earth critics against it, essentially. And I have a lot of words about that. One, if you are the type of person who, if you dislike a show, you decide it is perfectly fine and normal to send hate messages, to harass, to honestly, like, even just attempt to try and talk to half the time in any way,
Wow,
in any way that is not
joking when you said everything all goes back to has been.
Yeah, of course it has. Yeah.
Or hotel or yeah.
So like in a way, and if you're type to even attempt to, like, you know, concern troll them, or you will not see the light of God. You will not see the light of God. Look into my eyes. You are damned. I have damned you personally. No, so it's reprehensible. It's truly reprehensible for a ton of reasons. I'm gonna, if you know, like, one, just like, what the fuck is wrong with you that you feel the need to send hate or to call someone names over a piece of art that they have made that you personally do not like? That is behavior I cannot even begin to sympathize with. And it is behavior that I think is just like so beyond the pale. In my opinion, I can barely even like recognize the type of mindset that would lead someone to that. Get a fucking life. Go touch some fucking grass. Try and make something on your own, you fucking piece of shit. I hate you personally. Just attempt to make something. Do it, idiot. Try it if it's so easy.
The experts.
Try it yourself if it's so easy, piece of shit. And just and if you're someone to harass anyone on the internet for any reason, like, go get a life, you fucking loser. Go. Just this makes me actually mad that people would send him hate over it. I'm not like his biggest fan or whatever. If you know, if all things go well, I will never ever. Yeah, if all things go well, I would never ever interact with him. But like, I can recognize that just a regular human, that just like, this is just so insane and bizarre. Just if you just don't like it, why is that a thing? And though, of course, if you're, I don't know, a heartless demon or whatever, and that doesn't sway you, then allow me to sway you with a bit of logic as to why that is logically a really stupid thing to do in general. Because here's a really fun fact. Did you know that animated shows are made by more than one person? Hey, look, did you know that?
Just no way. I thought the creator was the writer, the cell shader, the line artist, the storyboardist, the marketer.
I hate it how people love to say death of the author until all of a sudden the work is bad, or the author says something they don't like, and then all of a sudden it's just like they have to send them hate mail or find their address or whatever. Adi Shankar, the showrunner of the show, right? I'm sure he had a lot of responsibilities. I'm sure he had a lot of say and a lot of sway in, as an executive producer, as a one who likes to work actively. He had a lot of say and a lot of sway and a lot of what went on, right? But to say that he's like the sole reason why you think the show, why X thing happened, or why you think the show is bad or whatever, is like, so there is maybe the number one way you could have potentially told on yourself. Number one way you could have told on yourself that you have no clue what you're talking about, that you have no clue how the industry works, that you have never ever made anything on your own, to think that he is somehow solely responsible for everything, that like it is that he is the one, it's just, it's so, honestly next. Honestly next.
That's just one of those rage points you wanted to get out.
Yeah, it's just honestly, it makes no sense on any level. It's like, one, you're a reprehensible human being. Two, even if you were right, and even if that was just a thing that all of a sudden, we woke up in Bizarro Land and that was just a thing that was okay to do, it would make no sense anyway. Yeah. Just one guy in a big machine. That show, a lot of credits in there, a lot of different people in there that worked on it, a lot of people who had different says into what went on.
Read the credits, dipshit.
To say well, because of this element or this element, he clearly hates Christians. It's like, how do you even know that was a thing that he wrote? How do you even know that was a thing that he wrote? You don't, idiot. Anyway. Don't pull up a quote where he said that was the thing that he wrote. You found that after I said that. Don't you fucking lie to me. You didn't have that ready beforehand. Don't lie to me. I know how you guys work. Anyway, the next are a bit more lighthearted. Well, I have like two lighthearted ones, and then another heavy one. And then
Fun.
Yeah, okay. And oh my god, it's 10 p.m. We're going until midnight. I hope you know we only have like 5 more points left. I will not keep you awake for all night when you have work tomorrow, probably.
I do, in fact, have work tomorrow.
And I can hear you getting tired, but
this is why I'm known as the one who touches grass, but it's because I have a job.
Yeah. Okay. So, next point, people hate the covers for some reason. I've noticed multiple people saying that they don't like the covers where it's like a dramatic, like slow ballad version of the rock song that they like. I don't know.
Artistic liberty. Get good.
Artistic liberty? I'm sorry you hate covers. I don't know. It's just, it seems like one of those weird points again that I can't really sympathize with. Covers exist. If this one cover exists doesn't mean it discounts the other one. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that this replaces the song, and it doesn't mean that they're not going to use the version of the song that you like better in there. It's fine to just have a preference and just prefer the rock version. But the ballad has a purpose, and there, it's to match the tone. It's to, it's weird. I just noticed a comment somewhere where it was like, and they played a worse version of "Bury the Light" as the ending theme, and I'm like, is this all like a dig? And I'm like, what? It's just weird. Covers exist. I don't know. I'm sorry you don't listen to music.
It's kind of a quick point, just skill issue.
Mm-hmm. Next one, voice actor musical chairs. AKA, why is Nero's voice actor playing Dante? So fun fact. While it just so happens that yesterday, I was watching a really good video about The Last of Us. And Joel is played by, who's Joel played by in that scene, in that one again? Not Troy Baker. He's played by Troy Baker, right?
Oh, I have no idea.
Troy Baker is a relatively famous voice actor. And he plays Joel in The Last of Us in the games. And I was like sifting through his filmography just for fun, and I found that he has played. He's been in several Batman games. Fun fact: he has in fact played Jason Todd, Tim Drake, and the Joker all at separate times. Because, fun fact, sometimes voice actors play different roles and different things, even if it's in the same franchise. I don't know, it's a common industry thing.
Revolutionary.
Sometimes if you have, especially if something's made in house by the same company, sometimes they'd rather just bring back the same guy for a different role, but maybe because he's gotten older, voice changes happen. Maybe after a certain point, they're more suited for different roles that have slightly different voices. Maybe you just really like working with them and they manage to hit the points of a character that you think works well. There's plenty of reasons why you might recast a voice actor within the same thing. Like Japan tends to be actually pretty stringent about this. When you are a voice actor for a character, you're contractually obligated to play that character in everything. So I'm sure in the Japanese dub for this, they probably actually brought back Dante's usual voice actor in Japan. But it's not how we do things in America. We tend to just kind of pick people based off of what the voice casting director thinks might work. And sometimes that means using the same voice actor for something else if you think that they work well as both. So it's just one of those industry realities that, again, catching a pattern here where a lot of the people who make these criticisms are not aware of those things. Another just fun fact, I guess, is that apparently Dante's theme in the show is what Nero's theme is in the games. So it was more of a funny thing that some people would say, where it's like he stole his voice actor and his theme.
That is kind of funny.
That was just more funny. I don't think they meant that as like a dig. I think it was just an observation.
Oh, I see, Mozzie.
Mm-hmm. Because the Japanese voice actor passed away. Yeah, sometimes it just happens. But yeah. Recastings happen. The next one is a more heavy one. I saw a couple people who were kind of pissed at the fact that they essentially made Muslims demons in the series. And I wanted to preface that with, I'm not Islamic. I don't have that perspective. But I think that was a knee-jerk reaction. I think maybe you're not actually quite understanding what the series was going for here. It might be a little uncharitable, like there are other series that I think do something so like I'm harsh on Zootopia for I think similar reasons, which is that like, yeah, why did you do minorities as like prey, like predators, right? Like, isn't that kind of odd? It's or like how Detroit Become Human is oddly a bit more racist when you consider the metaphor, while it's trying to do an anti-racist narrative. It's a thing that happens all the time and stuff like this. But
I think oftentimes it's because people try to give an explanation to things, and there needs no explanation in real life.
Plenty of messy metaphors happen. They happen. It's a common thing. And I do in fact hate when it happens. I just don't think this one was as messy as people were making it out to be, because I think they're kind of missing the key point of that Makaians aren't demons. That's like a whole thing in the series, right? That like it is not that the series is saying that Muslims or that minorities are demons. It is saying that minorities get demonized by the public. They get painted in these bad broad strokes in order to stoke fear, and in order to like give these people, like give other people, the majority, like an enemy to work against, a scapegoat. And that's just the truth. Like that's just the reality of the situation. If that makes you uncomfortable, once again, gotta point to the sign, maybe reevaluate why the truth makes you a bit uncomfortable. But that's not honestly that's not even what I'm seeing most of the time. I'm mostly just seeing, again, people taking a surface level reading and using that as another way to, like, as another bludgeon against the show. And it's like, well, I think you're just not reading it properly. I think maybe you would actually find this to be a pretty sympathetic message if you thought about it for more than 2 seconds. So, just me. Again, I'm not that minority group. If there's something in there that I'm not seeing, then I'll take the L, but just seems to me like you're missing the more elegant point that the show actually seems to be trying to point towards, that honestly pretty neat in my opinion. This is a small one. This one won't take too much time, which is just that the AO3 person mentioned that they had a hard time seeing past the demon mini bosses as anything but evil. They even admitted that was a part of the reason why they thought of the whole like humans good, demons bad dichotomy. And so it was jarring when they had sympathetic moments. Skill issue.
But again, yeah.
Skill issue a bit, honestly. I mean, like, I get that you're used to a certain to things being a certain way. When changes around, maybe it can be a bit jarring if you come in hoping for something accurate, and then, or if you come in hoping for something accurate to the source material, ends up not being that you're hit with all these swerves and such, then maybe something like that might be hard to grasp. But sometimes a part of storytelling, a part of experiencing stories, is allowing yourself to be surprised, coming in with an open, curious mind. Just comes across as slightly incurious behavior, comes across as just wanted things to just be how they were originally, and they changed. And it's the fact that, and even though I'll see people all the time claim that it's not just, we're not just saying wah wah wah, it's different, we don't like that, but then they say all this shit that is really just wah wah wah, it's different the long way around. So that's why people accuse you of just saying that you just dislike it because it's different, because you're saying that the long way around.
Remember, everyone, if you truly want to be taken seriously, learn.
Exactly. We have 3 points left. 3 points left.
Ooh.
1, Dante got nerfed. They don't like that. They want Dante to be a Mary Sue. I feel like this one actually go kind of fast because I have a really.
Hold on, I got this. Superman. Yeah, he's nerfed to keep stakes high in order to show actual struggle instead of steamrolling everything. Apply that to Dante.
This, to me, I find that this is more of a thing that you see amongst the male fans, but I saw that point on AO3 too, where someone said that my baby Dante, he's too weak. He's way weaker than he is in the games, and it's like, points to the sign. In order to make it, games have tension because you as a player have to, your own skill is put to the test, but like in shows it's not like that, so they actually have to show the character struggle a little bit more. So that's why he can't instantly heal literally everything, and why sometimes he loses fights, because as a player that happens to you. So it's a better translation by doing that, not a worse one. I know that that's technically against the canon, but There is such a thing as adapting the spirit of something, not the literal text of it, and oftentimes that's the better way to go. Also, just though of course, just some people just want their Mary Sues. Some people just like their Mary Sues. Some people pretend that they hate Mary Sues, but then it turns out they just hate women, and they actually love Mary Sue. They love Mary Sues to death. They want all their characters to be Mary Sues. They just hate women. They hate when a Mary Sue. They hate when a woman is strong. But they love their male Mary Sues. They love their Gary Stews. They love them guys. They love those guys to death. The same exact people that you'll see that are like, new Superman's so weak.
Moving.
Yeah. Like, oh, Superman's so weak. Yeah, why'd they do him like this? And then they're like, oh, but like Rey Skywalker, she sucks. She's the worst. I hate her so much. Why'd they write her like that? She's too powerful. It's like, which one is it? Which one is it, guys?
Or is it something you're leaving out?
Or is it sexism? Bam, got him.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, so just it's hypocritical is what it is. What you're doing is you're asking for a Mary Sue. And that's what that is. So, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna switch around these 2 points so I can leave the bigger one for last, but
Sounds good.
So Virgil's line of "I am the storm," people said that was cringe. People said that was cringe.
Cringe culture is dead. Long
Cringe
live
culture
cringe.
is dead. Long live cringe. So honest, I have like a little bit more to say about that than that, which is really just that to me, I kind of view Dante and Virgil as a little bit of two sides of the same cringe coin. Where just Virgil takes himself more seriously is, I think, the idea. If you think Virgil's whole shtick is cool about like his katana and his slicked back hair and the fact that he reads poetry and he's like an angsty guy, if you think that's cool, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I'm sorry. The 13-year-old's idea of what's cool. It is. It is. And if you can accept that as being a part of the point, then we can get along. Because, like, yeah, Virgil is a little bit of a loser who, like, is just avoiding his family and he was avoiding actual connection. And he's a neat character, but not because he's a legitimately cool badass who's always right all the time and always says the cool right thing all the time. And also just the line in context. Like, the line isn't bad. I don't know. Did they just hate that a reference was made? Do people just hate it when references are made now? Is that just the thing?
It's hit or miss. Sometimes people go gaga for it. Other times people hate it.
I guess. I don't know. Anyway, the last point that I have is that people.
Wait, real quick. I do want to say this. Any badass in media can be ridiculed down to the level of cringe. It just depends on your suspension of disbelief and how you want to take it. So, if someone says your character is cringe and you're like, okay, yeah, Lamau, they are cringe, I'm still going to like them, then that's valid. Because that basically applies to most characters. That is all.
I love Dante and Virgil's characters, but what I view them as, they're essentially man-children. People who never grew up.
Especially Dante.
They're man-children. They're two grown-ass men who never grew up, who never took on responsibility, who never became full people, and that's a part of the tragedy of them. But it's also kind of funny. It's the point of them. So, if you disagree, I'm sorry that you also are not a complete person. Whatever. I'm doing a lot of that. I'm so sassy today. I'm so... Last actual point. Everyone and their grandmother keeps on saying that the ending is bad. And I don't get it. I don't get it. Why do they all... I actually don't understand why people hate the ending.
Hold on. Let me give you one argument that I could think of right now of why the ending is bad.
Sure.
The ending is bad because I wanted more show.
Yeah, I guess a startling amount of them seem to just dislike that there is a cliffhanger, as if the lack of satisfaction that comes with the cliffhanger is in itself.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know that was an actual point. I was being funny, man.
No, the stupidest point you could possibly think of. I'm sure someone said it.
I thought of the stupidest point I could make of.
Exactly. It's like I've noticed some people just dislike the fact that it seemed to just dislike that it is a cliffhanger, and this once again comes to like I think some of these people are a little media illiterate. They just never read a fucking book before or I don't know. Didn't watch the Reading Lions or whatever with the cliffhanger segment. People just want immediate gratification. They hate it when a story and like there's bad ways to do cliffhangers, right? Like I think if you spend any time within fan fiction, you'll know that cliffhangers often overused by amateur writers in order to drive engagement, or just oftentimes when they just don't know what to do next. But like this is clearly neither of those things. Like yeah, they're kind of baiting you a bit to be like come back for the next season, but they clearly have a specific direction that they're heading in. They clearly have a vision
It's a
for
crescendo.
it. It was kind of half of a season in a lot of ways, which sucks. But again, that's the reality of the industry right now. That's not a criticism to be aimed towards the showrunners. That's a criticism to be aimed towards Netflix. Tell Netflix to start making their seasons longer or whatever if it bothers you that much. Don't tweet at Adi Shankar for the 50th time. That's shit that he can't even control.
Let the man sleep.
Let the man sleep, Jesus. But like people despise this ending, and one thing I noticed is just that like I think some people just don't like cliffhangers. They aren't used to them. So their gut instinct is because I was even denied the slightest amount of satisfaction that I hate this now and I want it to die.
Binge culture was a mistake.
Yeah, but like honestly, I've noticed a couple people talk about it in a way that's a little bit different, as if there is something specific that it does that is very against the spirit of the original, and it starts to edge on something where it's like I couldn't really tell you if that's an issue. I like we're starting to get into aspects of it where it's like I don't know, I don't really get it. I like the article that I had read that while I was trying to get the image that's behind us, it said something along the lines of new fans will probably be able to accept the cliffhanger ending better, but old fans will probably be bothered by it quite a bit. They didn't really elaborate on that, and that kind of make me wonder where it's like what about this ending would bother old fans so much, so specifically, outside of all the stuff that we already talked about? Is it the fact that they don't like the politics? Is it the fact that it's a huge departure from like previous installments? I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of one of those where it's like maybe this is a point where I have to put a pin in it, come back to it once I actually play the games myself, and so I can see what exactly bothers them about this so much, because for fuck's sake, I can't fucking figure it out. I certainly am, outside of just like they don't like cliffhangers. I'm not sure. Outside of just it's different and therefore I don't like it, or there's a lot of politics and I don't like it. I'm not sure. We already addressed all those points though, like a lot, and I'm kind of worried that it seems like that the writer was basically implying that old fans wouldn't like the politics because they don't like politics in the game, or they don't like politics, period.
I mean, yeah.
Oh my god. Just kind of reminding me of like a lot of the Witcher discourse that happened after the games, where it's like, no, the games are political, y'all are just stupid. And then the series comes out, and now you pretend like it's all new, and just like are gamers just like stupid?
Yes.
Yeah. Are gamers and weebs just stupid? Are they just
Yes.
As a gamer and a weeb, I start to start to look at you sideways a little bit, because it's like, are we this allergic to this that can you be taken as a matter of fact that you're not going to like this thing because it's different and political? It's depressing.
It's funny, you even got yourself side-eyeing you.
Yeah.
It wasn't for anything too big, it was just about some of your old Percy Jackson takes. But it's still funny, after these revelations, you even side-eyed yourself.
Yeah, I even side-eyed myself after this. I was so disgusted by the reaction that I was like, shit, it was too harsh. I was like, did I do that to them? Oh no.
Did I do that to them with my
Them no, I spoke to Air and I praised every single person that worked in those in those in those. I did that to no one. We are not the same.
Yeah.
We are not the same. But like but just yeah, and again, I play video games. I like anime, so I'm doing this from a place of love. But I just start to get a little worried with my own community here when I find that like it seems to be just taken as a matter of course that if something is political, if something is different from what you're used to, that it is going to be hated, and that's really really discomforting. That's like that's upsetting actually. Borderline that like. You know, it just starts to make you worry. It just starts to make you worry, like as a minority, as someone that they might describe as a bit different, as a bit political or whatever. That like, you know, just starts to make you wonder, especially if someone who's like looking to play these games, looking to enter this community a bit more. On better terms, of course. Right now, I'm being very abrasive on purpose, but you know. I promise to be respectful. I promise every interaction I've had with one of you guys one-on-one has been very respectful, and I will continue to do that so long as you extend me the same grace. Though I will not be reading comments for this VOD. Oh, fuck no. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know.
Can't wait for the channel to be given sudden strikes.
Do not even do not even test me. I swear to God. And you I you know what? Best not go any further. But
She is feral.
I'm feral. I'm fucking feral. Don't even test me. Don't even fucking test me. You see me? Don't test me. But just it makes me worried, like wanting to, you know, like hey, if I'm playing the game, if I'm starting to like interact with this fandom, if I'm gonna like make this fan fiction and like put it out there to hope that like people can understand my views and my interpretation and this art that I enjoyed making. Am stepping into a space that is going to be actively hostile towards me? Possibly. That's kind of what some of this response told me. Legitimately. Like, and we can have as many fun, good, nice one-on-one interactions as you want. You can say as much as you want that you're not a bigot, that you're not a racist. That's not the point. But like, let me just say, as someone who's experienced racism and bigotry, a lot of racists and bigots don't think they're racist and bigots. That's like most of them actually. Grew up in a really conservative little pocket of the country. Grew up with a lot of people who, in really well-meaning, nice ways, were terrible to me. Who were awful, terrible human beings. That's the reality of it. What can I say? Most time it's not people slinging slurs at you and like committing hate crimes against you. A lot of the times it's just people being kind of dickish, or people just saying little things that ignore your feelings, or that
they don't quite perceive you the same.
Yeah, it's just little bits of evidence here and there that just that in their heart somewhere they hold a belief that is antithetical to you. That is that and that was a lot of like, I know people joke like, haha, you know, microaggressions, this and that. It's like microaggressions are more traumatic than you might think. Like, yeah, one isn't a big deal, but like imagine that you're getting that shit like every day,
all the time,
right? Like, people joke about microaggressions. You know what people don't joke about? They don't joke about like psychological abuse, where like imagine you're just getting insulted every day for like in like a relationship, just every day. Like, yeah, they don't like say anything. Like, yeah, maybe they don't like hit you, maybe they don't like call you anything super serious. They dig at you. They say just what they need to say in order to get at some random insecurity, and
or create a whole new one you didn't even know you had.
Or that happens sometimes, and like no one makes fun of that shit. People seem to understand that one on a pretty surface level.
Oh, you see, it's because it's relatable to them.
Because it concerns them all of a sudden. And just like it, you know, I'm someone who, despite how much of a trash fire it has been continued to be involved in fandom, you know, for like over a decade at this point. I've been in the spaces, I've been in the shit, been in the trenches. It's not great all the time, but you know, like I keep on doing it because it's fun, because you meet good people. But you know, sometimes I worry, especially with these recent trends, that like things have straight up gotten worse. That like people on average are just a little bit more bigoted, a little bit more comfortable expressing opinions like this, a little bit more close-minded, and it becomes a matter of a course that they're going to be that way.
Yeah, because this one was literally told to my face before. This was like back when I was 16. I believe it was. I'm gonna keep some things. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna go with everything.
You can use some.
All right, so
pseudonyms.
I am Mexican. Huh?
Use pseudonyms if you want for names. That's a typical one.
Oh no, it wasn't about that. It was about going to be my ethnicity, which I'm pretty sure I brought up before, but it's fine. Even if I didn't. I am Mexican, that is white passing. And basically, I was told to my face from a white classmate of, I'm pretty sure he thought it was a joke, but it's dangerous talk. Where he had said like, oh, okay, I see how you are. But remember, if there's just one drop of brown paint in the white paint bucket, then it's always going to be less white.
That's fucked.
Absolutely.
And like, I don't know. This is it's just like imagine like existing in a fandom, and it's like, yeah, even if everyone's not like calling you slurs, it's like jokes like that are just everywhere, constantly, all the time, because the internet is like social interaction, but so much more being thrown at you constantly. And it's like,
also the screen of anonymity makes people too bold.
If this VOD somehow like hits the algorithm just right, which if it does, but you know, I can pat myself on the back, I guess, but like, I'm sure that there is inevitably going to be a couple people in the comment section missing the fucking point and saying horrible shit about or to either of us, or like stepping the Discord server or doing whatever nonsense, and just like straight up considering disabling the Discord server link for a bit during this time. Yeah, because it's been
I
open
will
up.
warn you, I'm a tax-paying American citizen, therefore I partially paid for the American military. I will use them on you.
Exactly. But like, again, we're a bit catastrophizing because what can we say? This is stuff that's on our mind. I'm gonna repeat what I said at the beginning here. It's a very vocal minority of people who even just dislike this show, it seems. And an even more minority that have been saying any of the shit that I just mentioned here, much less the super egregious stuff. And so, because of that, I'm going to tentatively say, I'm going to assume that probably most people watched the show, enjoyed it, understood it, or at the very least just like on a surface level, just like had a fun time with it. And you were normal about it. And I'm gonna hope that if you're someone who held one of these beliefs that I said is maybe a bit sus, that you might be at the very least willing to interrogate that and consider it, and they're not gonna just have the first knee-jerk reaction to me and be mad at me because I pointed something out that you don't like. You know? I keep on remembering that the person on AO3 that I pulled those points about was very kind to me. We had a good conversation. And I hope against hope that that's the norm. Again, optimism by way of pessimism, right? Gotta stick to that. So, I don't know, fear the worst, fear the worst, hope for the best, I guess. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best.
That's how the phrase went.
Yeah.
Okay. That.
And so yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping that if I drop this, that the one if you're gonna put some comment about like you got this wrong or this wrong or this wrong, that you're like at least gonna consider.
I can guarantee that someone, if they do comment and have gotten far enough, is probably going to go along the lines of, "Oh no, it does matter that things are different."
If you read,
I can already tell.
if you uncritically repeat something that I just said, that one of my points, if you say any of these, I swear, I will delete that comment so fast. If you repeat one of my points at me that I said that I debunked, not even paying attention, it's war. It's fucking war. That'll make me more mad than anything else. You can call me a slur. You can try and copyright strike me. Do whatever.
I'm gonna cut her off here. Off here. Please don't.
If you say anything, and don't like try and like, if I find out that you weren't fucking listening, I will. I swear to God. I swear to God, that'll make me more mad than anything else.
I love how I had to hold your firebrand speech right here.
No, honestly, because just I feel like alongside my other point, like that's really the main point that has me mad about these people, right? Just like they just don't pay attention. They don't listen. They aren't paying attention. They aren't listening. They aren't thinking that critically. So I feel like if they are to say anything, it's probably going to end up being something incredibly milquetoast that will in fact just be something else that I covered. So, those are the only comments getting deleted. Wait, no, actually, oh whatever. I'm probably not gonna read them. I might ascend you luck to mod status if you want to do that or something. But
aye, Captain. Another set of comments that we will also delete is if people say Booster Gold is a terrible superhero, that they're also being deleted.
I don't know what that means, but we've officially gone 4 hours, which is longer than the show. So
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, let's call it. It's a good stream.
Yeah. Also, the Booster Gold thing was me just pulling a random hero out of my hat just to make a joke.
Nice. Okay, we're done. We're done here. We're done here. I'm gonna. I'd say I'll never talk about Devil May Cry again. But I'll see you back here in a year, bitches. 1, 2, 3. Good night.